Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. All right then.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I get maybe a new where the thing? Thank you. Mm. Okay.
Okay. We're all set?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
good for the moment. I'm on my phone.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get the meeting started, and then maybe hopefully they'll finish getting all the technical stuff worked out for you.
All right.
Okay, so we're ready to begin today's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
Councilmember Francis.
Here.
All members of the council are present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, at this time, we need to go into closed session, but prior to doing that, Madam City Clerk, can you tell me if anybody from the public is wishing to speak on any closed session items?
No, we have not received any communications on that.
Okay.
From the public.
Okay, so that being said, at this time, what we're going to do is go ahead and go into closed session and hopefully try to be back by 7:30ish and restart the meeting back up again. Okay, so everybody, if you can just log off and go to our closed session procedure.
We'll see.
Hello, Lisa.
We're all here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Experts here.
It looks like everyone's here, Mayor Serta, so you may start the meeting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
We'll be back.
All righty.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start today's meeting. So we are ready to begin the Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
Councilmember Francis.
Here.
All council members are present.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Madam Mayor, there's no reportable action that was taken tonight.
Okay. With that being said, let me just read this little disclaimer here. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspends requirements of the Brown Act. Please be advised that the council chambers are closed to the public and that some or all of the Gardena City Council members may be attending this meeting telephonically. If you would like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following options. You can view the meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way to participate is prior to the meeting. You can email the Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. The third way to participate is via the Zoom webinar. So you can join the meeting via the internet or via phone conference. And the URL is https://US02WB www.zoom.us/J/837-9607-1091. The telephone number is area code 669-900-9128, and the meeting ID number is 837-9607-1091. If you wish to speak live on a specific agenda item during the meeting, you may use the raise your hand feature during the item you wish to speak on. For non-agenda items, you'll be allowed to speak during oral communications, and during public hearings, you'll be allowed to speak when I open the public hearing. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. The City of Gardena thanks you in advance for helping us to take all the precautions to preventing the spreading of the COVID-19 virus. So with that being said, let's move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we have 2 pledgers, Garrett Larks and Constantino Lima. Are they present with us?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Well, you can go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then immediately following, you can just stay on for a couple of minutes while we're led to our invocation by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. So you can begin.
Okay, right hand over your heart.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America
and to the republic
for which
which
it
is
stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible.
indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's pray. Father, we continue to come to you with prayer for the battle against COVID and its new Delta variant. It's destroying our nation, Father. So please continue to walk alongside of us and be with everybody and help them to make the right decision regarding vaccinations and the things that they do to keep themselves safe. And Father, as our children go back to school, as classes begin, we pray for their safety. We pray that they will be protected by you. Father, we pray for the healthcare workers, our first responders, educators, and we pray for them for their safety and their protection against all evil. Father, we pray the Middle East, that as our troops leave, that with their tours of service in that country, that the Middle East will survive terrorism. Father, we pray for our nation and we pray for our leaders. We pray that they continue to move forward to make good decisions for our nation. And Father, lastly, I pray for us as a council that we continue to make sound and progressive decisions that demonstrate the good of our community and for our people. And so, Father, we pray in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Let's go back to our pledgers here for a second. Tonight, we were led the Pledge of Allegiance by 2 of our recreation leaders. The first one was Garrett Larks, and Garrett is a recreation leader too, and a 2021 Cal State Long Beach graduate. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
And Constantino is a Recreation Leader 1 for the City of Gardena. So we'd like to thank both of you guys for leading us tonight in the Pledge of Allegiance. You guys did a great job. And please give them a round of applause. And we're looking forward to hopefully you guys can come back in the future and lead us once again in our pledge in person. So, and as always, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for leading us in tonight's invocation. Your
Pleasure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move on here to presentations. The first presentation tonight is information regarding the recall election. It's going to be presented by our city clerk, Ms. Mina Semenza. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Serta. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and residents of Gardena. We have an upcoming gubernatorial recall election on September 14th, 2021, and again have partnered with the LA County. As we experienced in the last election, COVID protocols will be in place to make sure that the election process is safe, and we will be using the same ways to vote to make it as easy as possible for the voters. Multiple options are available, as was in the last election. Vote by mail with prepaid postage as long as it's marked by September 14th. in-person voting at local voting centers, and our 24-hour drop boxes. The county elections office will begin mailing ballots on August 16th, 2021 to all of our California registered voters. Our local vote by mail boxes are located at Raleigh Park and at Nakaoka Center in the same locations as the last election. And we have some slides up that have important information on them. Our first slide is our four-day vote center. One is at Raleigh Park, which is located at 13220 South Van Ness Avenue in Gardena. And that one will open on September the 11th and will be open from 9 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night through the 13th of September. Well, and then September 14th is election day, so they open early at 6 a.m. and close at 9 p.m. Then there is a very close by 11-day vote center at El Camino College, which is located at 16007 Crenshaw Boulevard in the city of Torrance. That one will open earlier on September the 4th with the same hours of 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. through the 13th. And on election day, the 14th, opening early at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Could we have the next slide, please? This is a map of, next slide is the ways to return your ballot. So starting Monday, August 16th, you can drop your ballot off at any vote by mail box, which our 24-hour drop boxes are in Gardena at, as I mentioned earlier, Raleigh Park and at the Nakaoka Community Center. Next slide, please. Okay, then here you can see a map of where the vote centers are located at Raleigh Park and El Camino College. So just a little bit more information to everyone. In order to register to vote, you can go to the la.vote.net website, or you can also use our Gardena Direct app, which is very good and convenient for our residents. We did that in the last election and it worked out very well. And for any more information, again, you can go to la.vote.net or the City of Gardena website, or you can call the office of the city clerk at 310-217-9565, and we will be more than happy to help you. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions anybody has as it relates to this? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next we have a proclamation. It is the City of Gardena's 91st anniversary, which is going to be on September the 11th. And the proclamation reads as follows. The City of Gardena, California was incorporated on Thursday, September 11th, 1930, combining the rural communities of Gardena, Moneta, and Strawberry Park into a municipal corporation. At that time, Gardena was a small farming community of about 20,000 people. 91 years later, with a population of over 61,000 residents, Gardena has developed into a busy, desirable destination for new residents and a welcoming setting for visitors and corporate citizens. In sustained and fitting recognition of Gardena's 75th anniversary, it's a landmark theme, celebrating history, heritage, and opportunity, we've continued over the past 16 years to celebrate with great pride our cultural wealth and remarkable ethnic diversity through annual city and community events and activities. So at this time, we proclaim this Saturday, September the 11th, 2021, to be City of Gardena's 91st anniversary day, to bring appropriate recognition and awareness of our beautiful communities, multifaceted history and rich heritage, and to look forward to opportunities to celebrate its progress and success far into the city's future. Okay, so next we're going to move on to consent calendar. And does any member of the council have any items they'd like to discuss separately?
I would, Madam Mayor.
Which item?
That would be item 8H.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public wish to speak on any consent calendar items?
Madam Mayor, we have a hand up. Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm just going to be talking about 8G and 8H.
Okay, hold on one second. 8G and 8GH?
Yes. So 8H is going to be for G-Trans service restoration plan, and then 8H would be for the 8 or the 6 patrol vehicles.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Let me first take the vote here for the 2 items for the rest of the consent calendar, and then we'll go back to those. Just hold on one second here. So can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with exception?
Madam Mayor, you should hear the public comment on HG first before you're going to take a vote on that item.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I'm got a little confused here. Am I pulling item 8G as well or no?
You can hear the public comment on HG now and then vote on all the items together, or you can pull HG. It's up to you. 8H is definitely being pulled.
Correct.
So if you want to hear from Mr. Ahmed at this point, and then after you hear from him, you can proceed with your vote as to all the items on the consent calendar with the exception of 8H.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go ahead, Mr. Zahid. Let me hear your question that you have on 8G.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I was wondering on 8G. I see there's a transportation bus going out to Bishop Montgomery High School. I was wondering, is there a way, because I know the city is, trying hard to implement a fare-free, free transit program, especially for the Gardena High School students. Some of them are walking about 4 to 5 miles just to go, from their high school back, walk all the way. And it's very hard for students. So I was wondering if we can even implement a program. Schools are, starting in September. If we can implement a free bus, it's just going to be, 4 buses picking up, students from Gardena High School and driving them, into our, the different parts of Gardena. And it's only going to be, probably, I would say, an hour or 30 minutes of a bus driver's time. And the city could, definitely, it's taxpayer dollars, it's federal money, it's, so we can definitely go fare free. And I was implementing, the transit department is hiring, marketing, this and that. How about we do a hiring freeze for transit, except for bus drivers? So, we implement a hiring freeze and implement cost-saving solutions so we can have free buses and we can go fare free. And the other one is Metro is starting a free bus to the NFL stadium. They're starting from the Lenox and Hawthorne Station C line. And this will be starting on August 9th. If we can potentially even implement a bus, if they're picking up people from the Harbor Transit Center, if they can even stop by the Normandy Casino and pick up customers from there. And if you think about it, it's going to be stimulating the economy, because if you live in Gardena, it's easier to park at, it would be much, much easier to park within a location in Gardena. And if you think about the economic subsidy that Gardena is paying to Normandy Casino, it would be a win-win. It would be helping, them getting more customers in, and actually using that parking lot for a good use. So those are some ideas I just wanted to recommend. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. That being said, I'm going to pull item G myself. And so if anybody else has any other items they'd like to pull, if not, can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar with the exception of item number 8G and 8H?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Council Member, the names went up backwards. By Councilwoman Francis and a second by Councilmember Cascanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on to the excluded consent calendar items. I'll start with yours first, Councilwoman Francis, item number 8H. What was your question?
Okay, thank you. I just had a couple of questions because if I recall correctly, it was maybe a few months ago, maybe even a year, that we purchased a new car purchase. So I'm wondering, is this this particular purchase of cars, are we replacing cars, or is this in addition to cars we already have? And this is a SUV type automobile. Is that correct?
Councilmember Francis, yes, these are part of our rotation as our fleet get older, get used up. It is on a scheduled rotation, so we would have to purchase new cars to replace the ones that are aging or damaged. Sometimes they're damaged. These are Explorers, so these are SUVs. Yeah, so these are meant to replace current fleet.
Okay, and they're running about 40,000 a piece, is it? With that's with nothing on it, just you
right.
know, we're not getting any discount or anything on them because we're buying more than one. You like buy one get two or get one free or something.
Well, being a part of the Sourcewell contract, it's a master contract, so we are getting the very best price for these cars already. As far as the build out cost is concerned, we're doing it right out of RCC. So the cost is very, very reasonable as far as outfitting them with lights and sirens, communication, radios, cameras, etc. So the build out cost that you see in the agenda includes all of that.
Okay, and this money is already set aside in the budget, so we're not doing an extra expenditure or anything or add on to it. This has already been accounted for in our budget.
It's actually one step further than that. We are, as we noted on the budget process, we're putting money away in equipment revolving fund outside of the general fund. So as we move on year after year, we realize that the fleet's aging, so we have to have a mechanism to replace the fleet. So we put away monies little by little, so that the time comes that the fleet is aged, we are able to replace them with existing funds. For this particular purchase, one of the cars, we're buying 6. One of the cars is actually being purchased right out of asset forfeiture. We still have about $60,000 in there. So with the build out cost, we're able to buy that out of asset forfeiture. Money's all but gone, but we still have a little bit left on asset forfeiture.
And just 2 more questions. I know now these are all gasoline powered cars, right? Correct?
Yes.
And I know a while back, someone, I don't recall exactly who it was, because the governor's talking about going all electric. Would that include our police cars as well? And are we doing anything to head in that direction, or?
So the idea of going electric on police cars isn't actually new. There are some agencies out there, bigger agencies than us, that are testing this proposition. We can't do that because we're oversized. We simply don't have the capacity to be testing cars, and we still don't have enough cars to do that. So what we're doing is trying to wait and see what those agencies are doing, how successful they are, and if they are successful, then we can even tap into AQMD to perhaps give us some bigger allocation to purchase police cars using AQMD funds. And that's later on down the future. If that proves to be successful, why not? Obviously, it's going through the gauntlet. It's not so much as mileage is important, but it's not everything. These cars are idling all the time, so we want to know what's that doing to the batteries. So we don't want to be left with a fleet that has inoperable batteries. So a lot of it is testing, on-field, on-site testing by other agencies.
So these purchases are going to keep us on par and make sure that our fleet is up to date and everybody has a car and we don't have to worry about.
Yeah, the last thing we want is for somebody, your cars start breaking down. I believe, way back then we had experienced something like that. We put patches on our cars, trying to make them run. It's just not optimal as far as running a first-rate agency like we are. We want to be able to respond to emergencies as quickly as possible. We don't want to have our people, our employees out there stuck without a car. So like I said, it's not about mileage, or age. It's also, the idle time.
Mhm.
So
Yes. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that was in response to 8H. So the item number 8G, it was mentioned by the person with public comment. There were questions that were asked, and the only reason why I pulled this is because I wanted to respond to some of these questions here. It was mentioned about providing free service for the students at Bishop Montgomery. A few years ago, I remember that discussion had come up, and we had received a memo on it saying how much it costs for us, even having that service there for those students. And one of the things that we found out in that particular memo was that a lot of the students that were going to Bishop Montgomery who were getting on the buses weren't even from Gardena. So our fee that we have for students riding, they're still getting transportation fee at a really good price here. I personally am not a big fan of this particular line right here myself, but we still have it. But I don't think this is something that we should even consider making it free for students. In fact, there was even some discussion about billing the school because of the fact that this benefits Bishop Montgomery, something like $15,000. But at the time, that never happened. So just because the comment was made tonight, I just think it's important that people know the other side of that. And that's about all I have to say for item number 8G. Are there any other comments on any of the two items that we pulled tonight?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I do believe G-Trans does pick up students that take them to Gardena High and back to their home sites.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
He said that students going to Gardena High School have to walk to school.
Mm-hmm.
Gardena High students are picked up, I believe, by G-Trans buses. They always have been, even when I was there at high school.
Right.
The city buses pick them up, so they're not walking.
Right. No, that's correct. You're right. And I've actually seen those too.
And the Normandy Club does not exist anymore.
That's correct. Thank you. Something else I forgot to mention. Okay. Any other questions or comments on those two items?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a comment on the express line? We don't have an express line going to SoFi Stadium. We're going to have we're working on details and having a line that goes through that, not specifically just to SoFi. It's not a chartered service, but a line that goes through SoFi Stadium. So we're working through the plans right now. There's more to come on that, but there is going to be a line that's going through there.
Exactly. Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, if not, can I get a motion to approve item number 8G and
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We have a speaker from the public on item 8H, Zahid Ahmed.
Madam City Attorney, if the person spoken at one time already?
He spoke on 8G, Madam Mayor, and so he has not been given an opportunity to speak on 8H.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. Thank you so much for letting me speak. So for 8H, it's just something I was thinking about. I know this is not going to affect this purchase. For the next purchase, is there a way the city can diversify its fleet? Because if you know that there was a carbon monoxide leak, if you just buy one make and model of vehicles, there was a incident where on a specific make and model, there was a carbon monoxide leak. Officers are sitting in their car, they're waiting for a next call, and they're inhaling that carbon monoxide. Some officers, and this is probably not Gardena, maybe other cities nationwide, they have had car accidents because of the carbon monoxide that it was, it's exhaling from the vehicles. And you could Google this and you could read this news article to protect our officers and equip them for safety and, potentially save the city from lawsuits and carbon monoxide. Is there a way the city can even consider on the next purchase? Ford sells. They're already there. The Ford sell these. Many cities. I think on their website says 17% of vehicles are actually their police rated, police utility hybrid vehicles. So they're already selling. If you think about it, out of every 5 cars, one of them is hybrid for the police departments. So in many cities, and like you check with Pasadena and other cities, many cities have already, went to hybrid. And you don't have to do this for one car. You don't have to go for one vehicle. I would say, look at the Dodge Chargers. I mean, you want to, because the thing is, the ratio is usually you don't want to invest. You don't want the full fleet to just be one make and one model. You want to incorporate maybe Dodge Chargers. They are faster. They're not like minivans. Some people say the Ford utilities are like minivans and performance. I would say, look into some Dodge Chargers. Don't get the V8, just get the V6 models. Get some hybrid ones also. And these are going to be for the Ford utility police rated SUV. Get a few hybrid, and maybe even look into. I know this is going to cost a lot of money. I mean, these cars are already so expensive. What, 40-some thousand? You might as well look at maybe Tesla. They are, and these will just be for the sedans, for the Model S. It's, this is just something down the line. I would say invest in one of those. Those have a camera all around the vehicle, so you'll save a little bit of money on, or you'll have additional, cameras around the vehicles, and that comes built in with Tesla. So those are some ideas, and I would definitely say look into ALPR mounted cameras on the roof. So that's something else I would recommend. Thank you so much.
Okay, at this time, can I get a motion to approve item number 8G and 8H?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Council Member Francis.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaskanian.
Yes.
And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is oral communications. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wish to speak at this time? I'm sorry, you muted still? That's okay.
Okay. Okay. We have two individuals from the public with hands up.
Okay.
First one is Genesis Coronado.
Mm-hmm.
And second one is Octavio Cesar Martinez.
Okay. Want to remind both of our speakers that you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Genesis Coronado. I am the Outreach Director for the LAUSD Redistricting Commission. Just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself to City Council and the Gardena community and provide some background to the public as to the role of the LAUSD Redistricting Commission, while also sharing opportunities for engagement in this process. To start, the LAUSD Redistricting Commission is a 15-member body tasked with making recommendations to the Los Angeles City Council with regards to the composition of the Board of Education districts. In order to draw districts that can ensure fair and equal representation for all, it is imperative that the public provide the commission with input in regards to their community's boundaries and shared interests with neighboring communities. To facilitate public engagement, the LAUSD Redistricting Commission is hosting 7 virtual public input hearings. The first round of public input hearings is scheduled between August 18th through September 1st and will take place via Zoom. More specifically, the public input hearings will take place on the following dates and times. Our weekday meetings will take place in the evening at 6:30 p.m. on August 18th, August 23rd, August 25th, August 30th, and September 1st. Our weekend meetings will take place at 11 a.m. on Saturday, August 21st and Saturday, August 28th. All of our meetings will have Spanish interpretation automatically available, with other languages made available by request. To access the Zoom meetings, please go to bit.ly/redistrict LAUSD. In addition to providing input at any of the public hearings, you can also submit your input electronically by going to our website at bit.ly/redistrict LAUSD comment. These hearings will help the commission draw an initial draft map of the new Board of Education boundaries. Once the commission publishes this draft map, they will schedule a number of additional hearings in early October to get input from the community with regards to the draft maps. And then the commission will adopt the final Board of Education district boundaries in late October and submit that to the LA City Council. The LA City Council will have the opportunity to vote on these recommendations submitted by the Commission. We encourage all LAUSD stakeholders to join us and make your community's voices heard by attending any of the 7 virtual input hearings or by submitting your input electronically to us. For updates, please follow us on social media. You can find us at Redistrict LAUSD on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me at genesis.coronado@lacity.org. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker.
Okay, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. All right, well, listen, as stated, my name is Octavio Martinez, and I'm here on behalf of the Recicladores Unidos, which is a coalition that supports all the jobs associated with the metal recycling industry. And I wanted to simply inform all of you of the importance of the recycling industry, but specifically metal recycling. Recycling does save energy, and it also reduces greenhouse gas emissions, which helps tackle the climate change problems that we're all facing. In fact, making steel from recycled metal reduces greenhouse gases by 90%. There are over 1 million cars and over 1 million appliances recycled annually in California. And there are an estimated 2,500 scrap metal recycling facilities in California. Scrap metal recycling provides California with an estimated 51,000 jobs that represent a total of $3.6 billion with a B dollars in wages. And the industry's economic impact in the state is $11.5 billion. This also generates more than 1.5 billion tax dollars, revenue for California governments. Locally, the metal recycling centers in Gardena see multiple sales of scrap metal per day. Retail customers are environmentalists. They play a vital role in the metal recycling process, and they support their families by collecting tons of end-of-life products that would otherwise just end up in the landfill. So please, we need to protect these jobs that are associated with the metal recycling industry against proposed regulations from the Department of Toxic Substances and Control, which would effectively eliminate the ability of Californians to recycle scrap metal items by driving the processing facilities out of state. Please consider joining us in protecting these green metal jobs. You can visit our Facebook page at Recicladores Uni for more information. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, we have another speaker, Mr.
Okay.
Zahid Ahmed.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi, good afternoon, City Council, City Mayor. So I had just some ideas, just for the city to consider. So the first one is I was looking at other cities nationwide, how, they're honoring, Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy. And I have an idea and a proposition for City Council to look into. If we can rename 162nd Street between Western Avenue and LaSalle Avenue. So it's just from where that Western all the way to the Nakaoka Center. It's not going to affect, any other properties other than the city-owned properties. And we would be able to honor Dr. Martin Luther King's Jr. legacy. And all we would be doing is changing our address from 1700 West 162nd Street, Gardena, California, to 1700 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Way, Gardena, California 90247. I'll be emailing City Council with the signboard. We can even put on Western Avenue. It would have both 162nd Street there and also Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Way on the street sign. And on city letters, any official documents, our address would be 1700 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Way, Gardena, California. So that's something I want to do. I want to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The next one is it's going to be about Royley Park. If we're not going to be putting a pool there, let's build a library and let's have LA County Library operated. We build it to their specifications, and then we build a library Royley Park. And LA County has an exceptional, quality of library material, online subscription for books, ebooks, and they have we can rent books from other libraries. So let's build a library at Royley Park. I know it's going to cost, let's say, $2 million. We could make it happen. We can change the lives of many people, and we can have a library run by LA County, staffed by LA County. All we're going to do is we're going to build a building, and it doesn't have to be a huge building. It could be a micro library where it's more based on like a study center, books, and seniors can even have their own senior room or senior, at the library, because there's nothing being built at Royley Park for senior center, unfortunately. Everything is being built at City Hall. Let's build a library and senior center at Royley Park, and let's change Gardena, make it better, open accessibility, for everyone. Because libraries in Gardena, if you look at the map, I'll share the map also. Other cities have multiple libraries. Gardena only has one or two libraries, and we're such a big city. We need a library at Royley Park. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, any more speakers?
No, we don't have any more speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to move on to item number 11A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 11A is approval of blanket purchase orders for fiscal year 21-22. A blanket purchase order authorizes the city to buy goods or services with predetermined terms and conditions. Blanket purchase orders are the most efficient and preferred method for placing orders which will require multiple payments over a period of time. Since these vendors either have individual contracts, are piggybacking on state contracts, or provide vital services which the city is mandated to use, it is only necessary for the requisitioner to request one purchase order for the estimated amount of the expenditure for the fiscal year. The blanket purchase order is limited by dollar amount as approved by council and authorizes the purchasing officer to issue releases of goods or services until the pre-established dollar amount or of the blanket purchase order is reached. For the city's purchasing policy, section 3B, the purchase of goods or services in excess of $30,000 must be authorized by the City Council. As the estimated budget expenditure amount exceeds $30,000, it is requested that the Council approve the following blanket purchase orders for fiscal year 21-22 as specified in Exhibit A. The fiscal impact is for the General Fund, $2,185,013. G-Trans, $2,032,383. Other funds, $619,293. The total budget expense of $4,836,689. What's required is to approve the blanket purchase orders.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this?
Madam Mayor, this is Councilman Henderson in regards to a comment. Mr. City Manager, could you repeat again the amount that the council has given authorization to the city manager for, so everybody can clearly understand what that dollar amount is?
So anything under $30,000, the city manager has the discretion and authority to purchase. Anything over $30,000, city council has to provide approval through council action, just such as tonight.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
And so I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, may I have a question? Okay, so the purchase orders are just for, they cover day-to-day type budget expenses, office supplies. Did I see something on there for car repairs or?
Yes. Let's see.
And that's for our I imagine our automobiles or just normal maintenance type costs.
Right. Any repairs, maintenance, we go through different shops. Mm-hmm. There's one in here that the reason why we bring it up here is because in our experience historically, we spend X amount of dollars. So say this particular vendor, $50,000 every year. So rather than come to you for, let's say, a $30,000 repair one day and then another 20 another day, we typically want to just ask for your approval to spend up to $50,000 for this one particular vendor for instance, a car repair. And then anything over, if we go over that, then we go back to City Council and ratify any excess purchases.
Okay, so each budget item has a ceiling, so to speak. It's not like a total $30,000 for each department. Each department has a ceiling.
Right. So I'll give you another example. So say for paper, for instance, Spicer's paper, we typically spend $30,000 a year, and that's spread out through different departments, G-Trans, admin services, et cetera, et cetera. So, that's what we typically spend on paper. And we're just asking for approval to for a blanket purchase order for $30,000 for that particular vendor for paper.
And so each item comes out of each department's budget or just out of the?
Globally. This is total.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. City Manager, okay, so right now you have up to $30,000 for yourself. I'm looking at some of these items on here. Let's just say like the first one here, where it was this admin assure. So it's $142,000. So this one here, you're going to be given that authority. Your ceiling is going to be 142. I guess with some of these, and I'm looking at some of these like LA Superior Court, 430,000. I mean, at some point, will the council ever see this? Because this is kind of a lot of money that's, passing through without it still stopping here at the city. Just
so every single purchases that we make goes through the warrant register. So you will see that.
There. Okay.
Go through there. This is just to give us the authority to spend up to that dollar amount.
Okay, got it.
Let's say 400,000, 400,000 for that purpose. You'll see that periodically every month. You'll see, X amount of dollars come in from LA County Superior Court.
Okay.
Admin sure, 142, that's for the entire year.
Okay.
So you'll see it, let's say, 40,000, 50,000 one month. And then you'll see that on the warrant register that you every council meeting we submit that.
We're still seeing it there. Got it.
You're still seeing it there. I'm still reviewing everything.
Okay.
In fact, we review anything over $10,000.
Right.
We have a report on that just to make sure that we have a good internal controls as far as large dollar amounts.
Okay.
We're spending on.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, yes. So this one here right now, we're authorizing just for this year. If it happens again for next year, you're going to come up before us again.
So next year will be another round. It'll probably be similar to this because we typically don't deviate too much on how much we spend on these things. So next year we'll see another one that says blanket purchase order for the entire year, and you'll see, some of the familiar vendors here, and most likely the amounts are going to be similar to these things that you see. So every year it'll come up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to approve the blanket purchase order?
Madam Mayor,
Madam Mayor, we have.
I'm sorry. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
We did have a hand up.
I'll give them a moment since they already had their hand up.
We did have a hand up, but I don't see it now. Saheed Ahmed.
There's an Alex Pinto.
No, that's our staff person.
I guess he put his hand down.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, is there a motion to approve the blanket purchase order?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Henderson.
Mayor Pro Tem
Okay.
moved it and
I second.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, Mayor Pro Tem made the motion and Councilmember Henderson seconded. Will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilman Henderson.
Yes.
Let's see, Councilmember Cascanian,
yes.
and Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, now on to the big ones. Item number 11B. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 11B is the issuance and sale of lease revenue bonds to finance a portion of the cost of the new Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center, to finance the cost of acquiring and renovating an existing building to be converted to a new community center, and to finance various park improvements, approving the form and authorizing execution of related documents, and approving related official actions. This public hearing, resolution number 6529, is approved proceedings by the City of Gardena Financing Agency for the issuance and sale of lease revenue bonds, finance a portion of the cost of the new Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center, finance the cost of acquiring and renovating an existing building to be converted into a new community center, and to finance various park improvements, approving the form and authorizing execution of related documents and approving related official actions. Resolution number 6528 is amending certain 2017 lease financing documents to provide for the substitution of the property and authorizing and directing certain actions relating thereto. Resolution number 6529 approves the following documents, which authorizes and directs mayor, city manager, city clerk, and all other officers of the City of Gardena to execute the following. Approval of site and facility lease. The city will lease property to the financing agency, which will be leased back to the city pursuant to the lease agreement. The lease agreement is that the city will agree to make lease payments to the agency from monies in the city's general fund, and the city will budget and appropriate sufficient amounts in each year to pay the lease payments, which will be equal to the scheduled principal of the interest of the bonds. Statement providing a description of the bonds to be used in connection with the marketing of the bonds. Sale of the bonds by the agency by negotiation with underwriters B of A Securities pursuant to the bond purchase agreement. Exhibit A is the Government Code section 5852.1, which is a disclosure. Exhibit B is a form of bond municipal advisory fee agreement with K&N Public Finance. And Exhibit C, form of bond counsel disclosure counsel fee agreement with Quint and Timmick LLP. Following the adoption of resolution number 6529, staff recommends that City Council adopt resolution number 6528, approving the following. First Amendment to the site and facility lease, First Amendment to the lease agreement, and First Amendment to the assignment agreement. Fees contingent upon successful sale of bonds. Annual budgeted cost of general fund is approximately $611,000 in fiscal year 22 and approximately $945,000 in fiscal years 23 through 41. What's required tonight is conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 6529 and adopt resolution number 6528.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have a presentation next.
Yes. We have Mark Young from K&N Public Finance.
Okay.
Mark is our municipal advisor.
Clint, can you hear me?
Yes, Mark, we can hear you.
Okay, if you can bring the presentation up, I can begin.
Okay, I believe Becky is firing that up now.
Give us just a moment, City Manager Osorio.
Okay, take your time.
Great. Thank you, Clint. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a pleasure to be here this evening to make a short presentation regarding the upcoming sale of the City of Gardena's Lease Revenue Bond Series 2021. If we can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. As Clint had mentioned, the sale of the bonds will be used primarily to facilitate three new projects. The Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center, which is about a 12,000 square foot facility, the competition pool, new park, exercise station, picnic tables. Community Center, which would be the acquisition of an existing building / lot, multi-purpose room for events and classes, and information hub for the community at large. And then across the city, a number of park improvements for increasing current buildings functionality, provide for information technology hub, as well as a health and fitness center. And part of these projects really were consistent with the objectives of Measure G in terms of dedicating some of the sales tax dollars generated for new capital facilities. So this is really jump-starting that program, if you will. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the financing mechanism that we're asking for your approval this evening. Just want to remind you all that Prop 13 back in the early 70s, one of the provisions restricted the ability of a city to issue long-term debt without voter approval. And that's even to issue debt without a tax increase, but to incur long-term debt required a voter approval. And obviously, over time, cities do need to finance capital facilities that have a life longer than 1 year. And so a mechanism was created under California state law to utilize lease financing as an opportunity to finance over a multi-year period appropriate capital expenditures. And the way that a lease financing is legal around that Prop 13 debt limitation is that the annual lease payments that are made to facilitate the lease financing are subject to annual appropriation. So we do not violate the debt limitation of Prop 13 because annually, as your budget process, assuming that you have use of possession of the facilities, you will be required to make an annual lease payment. And because of that annual appropriation requirement, these are statutorily legal mechanisms to allow the city to utilize lease financing for capital projects. So in our case, your Gardena financing agency will actually take ownership of various city assets. They will lease those facilities back to the city of Gardena, whereby you'll make an annual lease payment to the financing agency. Under an indenture, they'll take those lease payments, pay them over to a trustee who will then remit them to your bondholders. So what we've laid out here is the flow of funds and the legal basis under which the city can utilize long-term lease financing to facilitate financing of the projects. Next slide, please. Want to talk a little bit about the legal structure. As I mentioned, it will be a lease-back with the City of Gardena Financing Agency, which is a separate legal entity. The city will be making semi-annual lease payments to the agency. We've timed those to be on April 15th and October 15th of each budget year. And we do that because Standard & Poor's, which is rating, providing the credit rating on the bonds, has a stipulation that so long as we make our lease payments no sooner than 3 months into our fiscal year, they'll allow us to finance under a lease structure without a set debt service reserve fund. And that actually saves the city money. So that's how we time the lease payments the city's made. As part of that legal structure, you're going to covenant to appropriate the lease payments in each annual budget. So long as you have use of the facilities, and we'll talk about the 3 projects in a second here, you will be required to annually appropriate that lease payment in your budget, and that's an enforceable obligation. Again, because it's an annual appropriation, that's how we meet legally the debt exception. And one of the provisions that we have to comply with is that the lease payment or the rent is subject to complete or partial abatement if the leased property is unusable. So we can't compel the city to make a lease payment for a facility that is rendered unusable. That would violate the debt statute. So how do we protect bondholders? Well, we put certain security features into the documents. One, we have 24 months of rental interruption insurance. So if for whatever reason the property was unusable, we draw on your rental interruption insurance, and that insurance makes your lease payment while the property is being restored. We have comprehensive liability and property damage insurance on the facilities to make sure if there was an issue associated with that there's enough insurance in place to fix the facility and allow you to then continue making your lease payments. As well as prior to issuing the bonds, we make sure to get title insurance to make sure there's no other encumbrance on the property that you would be legally required for. So we have a very good structure in place that's comply with the statutory authority under issuing lease. And we provide additional security features to protect the bondholders in the city in the event that the properties aren't usable. Next slide, please. Want to talk about the actual leased premises that'll be the subject of the lease. Currently, we would be looking at the city's police station, constructed in 1962, a one-story masonry police headquarters building. And we look at the insured value of the facility to determine the value that we're able to bond against. So in this case, the police station has an insured value of just the facility, not including the land, of $6.3 million. The second facility, we're actually doing a little, as part of the financing, that second resolution that Clint alluded to is incurring an amendment where right now the fire department headquarters is encumbered under the 2017 lease. That lease only has about $800,000 of remaining principal value to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to release the fire equipment department headquarters out of that 2017 lease. We're going to use it as the collateral for this financing. And then the 2017 lease will be replaced with Raleigh Park Recreation Center. So it's a more equitable use of property to secure the larger lease financing. And then finally, the third facility will be Raleigh Park Gymnasium, constructed in 1990 with an insured value of $3.28 million. So when you combine the 3 facilities together, we have an insured value that's slightly in excess of $15 million, which is the legal requirement we need to back an issuance of up to $15 million. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit about the actual numbers and structure behind our financing, the 2021 lease revenue bonds will be structured as a 20-year financing. The bonds will have payment dates of May 1 and November 1. If you remember, I mentioned earlier that the lease payments from the city will be April 15th and October 15th. So the city will make a lease payment to the financing agency, who in turn will have 15 days to send that money over to the trustee to actually make the bond payment date of May 1 and November 1. First payment will be May 1 of 2022. The principal payment dates on the bonds, unlike a mortgage where you make a monthly mortgage payment and that payment is split between interest and principal, you'll make 2 payments a year. The November payment will be an interest-only payment, and then your May 1 payment will be principal and interest. A number of repayment options were presented to the Finance Committee, and the recommended structure was a 20-year maturity to keep the annual debt service payment affordable, as well as the city has the wherewithal to make the payments over a 20-year period, and doing that over 20 years relative to 30 years is a not insignificant amount of interest savings. Having said that we're doing 20-year bonds, we have incorporated a 10-year prepayment provision. So like we did with your pension obligation bonds, if you want to prepay the bonds early, we can begin prepaying them at 100 cents on the dollar after the 10th year. As I mentioned before, no debt service reserve fund, so that's savings to the city. And we're structuring it with level annual debt service. So as Clint had alluded to, the first year, because we're in a partial year, the debt service will be $611,000. And thereafter, we've estimated about $945,000 a year. And our preliminary, we call it the TIC, the true interest cost, which is really the average cost of the debt, because your 1-year maturity is going to have an interest rate of maybe 0.2%. And when you go out on that 20-year, that debt service, that interest might be 2.5%. But when you average the interest rate over the entire 20-year period, we're estimating an average interest cost of 2.05%. So pretty close to historical lows. Next page. Talk a little bit about the schedule. So we did make a presentation to the Finance Committee on the 22nd with a recommendation ultimately to pursue the $15 million project cost 20-year amortization. On August 4th, we made a presentation to S&Ps requesting a rating on the bonds. We learned this afternoon that S&P did in fact affirm the city's current issuer rating of AA-, which is the same rating the city achieved on its pension obligation bonds. Because we are a lease revenue bond, which is subject to that annual appropriation, they ascribe a normal 1-notch reduction in rating for a lease revenue bond. So the actual rating on the lease revenue bonds will be A+, which reflects 1 notch down from your AA- rating. I will note that in their rating report, they did notch the city up higher for budget flexibility, reflecting the results that we presented for the 2021. However, they did basically take LA County as a region from an economy standpoint and notched the economy down 1. And that's really reflective of the uncertainty associated with the current COVID environment and the effect on the LA County economic region. Really nothing that the city could have control over, but I do want to point out that's one notch they did on the economy, but a notch increase reflecting the budget flexibility of your actual 2021 results. So we're here this evening asking for both the council's approval and then moving over to the Gardena Finance Agency for their approval. Assuming approval, we would then post the POS tomorrow morning. So with the rating and the approval of the city, the preliminary official statement will be posted. And then we will be in the market next week. Right now, we're planning to market the bonds on Wednesday, the 18th. And assuming a successful sale, we'll be ready to close the bonds on September 8th. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, so at this time, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and then we'll open it up to any questions that anybody has at that time. So the public hearing is now open. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Henderson.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Young, for that presentation and everything. And thank you for sharing with us our bond rating and us understanding that scale. What do you estimate will be how fast will our bonds go in the market? I know last time our bonds were in the secondary market by like the third day or whatever, because Gardena is becoming a real hot commodity. What do you think the over-under is for us getting all our bonds snapped up prior to the closing in September?
Okay, that's a great question. Last week, we actually were in the market last Wednesday with the city of Manhattan Beach. They were selling certificates of participation for their new Fire Station 2. That was initially a $9 million financing. Last Tuesday, the council decided to downsize it by $2 million, utilizing ARPA funds as a cash contribution. So the deal was downsized to about $7 million. It came at kind of a rough day in the Treasury market, and we didn't see the level of participation that we normally would because of kind of a disruption in the Treasury market. And so it was about 50% subscribed, and our underwriter for that transaction was B of A, proposed some modest repricing and ended up underwriting close to 2/3 of the sale. And they've been spending the last several days parceling those bonds out to the market. I would anticipate for your deal, it is shorter. Yours is going to be 20 years versus Manhattan Beach went out 30 years, and they were much smaller. I don't anticipate any concerns at all in terms of demand. My only comment is the Treasury markets have been relatively volatile the last week or two with COVID-related news, as well as the infrastructure bill being passed by the Senate. There's just a lot of sort of noise out there, but I don't anticipate any concerns with respect to the demand for the city's financing. Your underwriter here is B of A, who was the underwriter for Manhattan Beach last week. And they did for Manhattan Beach what I would expect they would do for you is they are underwriters, and they'll be committed to place the bonds at the best price for the city. And I'm hoping for a very positive, well-subscribed sale. But until we kind of get through the approval process, post the POS tomorrow, and then see how the markets are next week, that'll be the proof of the pudding.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions?
I just have a quick one. I think it's really important, and thanks, Mr. Young, for the presentation. But I think it's important that the community understand our rating and how, Clint worked really hard to get us to AA minus, which is terrific. We kind of were hoping to get to AA. But can you explain to our constituents that really going down a little bit because of this bond, really we're still in good ratings?
Yeah, no, that's those are all great points. And we always try to manage expectations. And we shared with both Clint and Ray as well as with the Finance Committee that pre-COVID, we felt the fundamentals of the decisions that the council had made, the buildup of reserves, and a very fiscally conservative approach to your budget process had well positioned the city to be considering the possibility of an upgrade. And then COVID hit. And one of the issues that rating agencies always have to objectively analyze are the stresses that individual cities, school districts, counties can face. And typically they start at a macro level and they will look at the underlying economics, demographics of a region. And then they'll start narrowing down and looking at the fundamentals of the particular city or agency that we're asking them to rate. One of the sort of textbook risks that when you first become a rating analyst, you get rating agency 101 is concentration of revenue risk. If you are an entity that has a revenue stream that's susceptible in uncertain economic times, and that revenue stream is a not insignificant component of your overall revenue bucket, that's the alarm bells start going off. And in the case of the city of Gardena, card club revenues have always been highlighted as an economically sensitive, and ironically, in a period of time where there's economic stress, empirically, we can go back and sort of point out that card club revenues actually have performed counter to economic cycles. But the concentration of that revenue stream compared to your overall revenue stream, it has always been a red flag. I think we felt that the passage of Measure G with getting that additional sales tax revenue coming into the general fund and the policy decision that the council has made to utilize a significant portion of that to continuing to build up reserves, but also making long-term investments in the community, turns that into a stable revenue stream that can offset some of that uncertainty associated with Card Club. And I think that was, and I want to say Clint and Ray did a masterful job of presenting the transition from 1819, where you made a fantastic decision to utilize some of the general fund balance to prepay CalPERS to get the long-term benefit. In hindsight, if we had known COVID was coming down the pike, maybe we wouldn't have made that decision. And if we hadn't made that decision, we would have had that general fund reserve sitting there as a buffer for 1920. So a decision that made perfect sense in 1819 kind of hurt us for 1920. But then we immediately had a robust recovery in 2021, where if you even take the ARPA one-time funds out, you had a structural surplus that from a council standpoint, you directed to the bottom line to your reserves, as well as the ARPA funds to get those reserves back up. And we clearly saw in the rating report and the action, they complimented the city on a robust recovery. They actually increased your score in terms of the scorecard for budget flexibility, but they then kind of said, we need a little bit more time. This Delta variant and the uncertainty of how that might trigger that more susceptible revenue stream of your card club revenues. We just can't get there. And then when they did the region-wide knock on the economy, whatever they were going to give us on the budget flexibility, we lost on the regional economy. So, a little, as I said, I think pre-COVID, well-positioned for consideration of an upgrade. The sensitivity and the revenue reduction that occurred because of COVID kind of put the damper on. It's just not the right, from Standard & Poor's position, just not the right time to make that big of a decision to upgrade. We need a little bit more time.
Mark?
Yes.
Could you explain to us the difference between our rating, issuer rating of AA minus, and the actual rating on the bond, which is, as you said, one notch lower at A plus? I believe that's probably what part of the question of the mayor pro tem is. Let's bring it up to the public. Why is it that the bond rating is lower than the issuer rating, and is that normal? Is that a normal course of action?
Yes. So your issuer rating reflects the unconditional obligation of the city's general fund to make a debt service payment. The only financing vehicle that you have out there that has that unconditional obligation to make debt service is your pension obligation bond. And a pension obligation bond pursuant to Prop 13 is one of the legal debt exceptions that you can actually issue without a vote of the people, because it's considered an obligation imposed by law. So your contractual obligation to make pension payments to your employees is considered a legal, valid, binding contract. And when we issued the POBs, we actually went to court and we sued ourselves to have the court render a validation settlement to say these are obligations imposed by law and are unconditional obligations of the general fund. So that's the distinction between your pension obligation bond and your issuer rating. When I discuss the structure of the lease financing, because that is not an unconditional obligation of the city, it's an obligation that you're annually required to appropriate, assuming you have use of the facility. Because of that legal distinction, that it's not unconditional, it's subject to that annual appropriation risk. All three rating agencies will notch a lease financing one notch lower than an unconditional obligation of the city, which is represented by your pension obligation bond. So it's not a negative on the city. It's just a distinction between one security being an unconditional obligation and the other having that slight legal risk of being subject to annual appropriation. And every municipality in the state of California will have at least a one-notch distinction between their issuer rating and their lease rating.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I have a question, please?
Okay.
For the presentation, Mr. Young. So I was looking at, you said we have a comprehensive general public liability and property damage liability insurance. What happens if, say, I know things go really sideways and we can't make the payments, the debt payment? What happens then? Is there insurance for that in here?
Well, there's a couple things. I mean, you are under the lease documents, so long as you have use of the facility, you're required to make a lease payment. If for financial reasons, you decide to default and not make a lease payment.
Well, we wouldn't do that unless it was really something drastic.
Right. So the question is, what happens if there's an event that legally precludes you from making a lease payment?
There you go.
And that would be a fire, some sort of event that caused you to not be able to occupy the facility. That's the reason for the covenant that at all times you will maintain insurance equal to the minimum that we laid out there. So in the event that an event occurred, the bondholders are covered because you'll draw on your insurance proceeds, utilize that to make the lease payment while you're either reconstructing or you're using the condemnation proceeds to pay down the bonds.
And the interest rate, that'll hold for 20 years, the 2.0. It won't go up or down, or?
Correct. There's fixed rate bonds.
Fixed rate bonds. Okay. And if something happens really good and we're able to pay it off in 10 years, that 100 cents on the dollar, is that?
Yeah. Typically, when we're looking at long-term financing, in the tax-exempt bond market, any bonds that mature after 10 years, by normal course, we make them eligible to be prepaid at any time after that 10th year at 100 cents on the dollar plus whatever interest is accrued. So that's a standard provision that we put in all of our tax-exempt offerings. If there were a reason to put a shorter prepayment provision in, we can do that, but it typically comes at a cost of a slightly higher interest rate, because you could imagine an investor who wants to lend you money for 20 years. If they bear the risk of 5 years from now, you taking that bond from them, well, they want to be compensated for that. So there's a kind of a quid pro quo. If you want to shorten the prepayment, we can do that. It'll just come at a slightly higher cost interest rate. So what we've proposed in the documents this evening, in the actual documents, that prepayment period has been left open, but we disclosed to you that the intent is to look at a 10-year par call. If directed to do something differently, there is the flexibility in the documents you'd be approving tonight to do something shorter. but that hasn't been our recommendation because Clint and Ray really haven't given us direction as to a pot of money out there that might be available that would cause them to potentially want to prepay. And with a 20-year interest rate at 2%, roughly 2%, that's pretty good money.
Yeah. And you said that we would make two payments, one on April 15th and one on October 15th, the lease payment?
Correct.
And did you say what amount that would be, what the amount the payments would be, or do we know?
Yeah, we provided an annual schedule. Mm-hmm. And what'll happen, not unlike your own personal mortgage, the mm-hmm. amount that's allocated to interest and principal, it adjusts over time. So towards the back end of the 20-year debt, more of your annual payments going to be going toward principal than in the early years. The bulk of what we'll be paying is interest on the longer amount.
And that was the chart with the 611,000.
Correct.
Went on to 900,000. Oh, okay.
Correct.
And those be divided in half of 600,000 on April 15th, the other half on October 15th.
You know, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. So the first payment in October, that's an interest only mm-hmm. payment. So in the first year, it's pretty close to half and half. But each year, as you're paying more and more principal relative to interest, your second payment becomes larger. So it's we can provide the semi-annual schedules, but for budget purposes, it will be after that first year, there'll be annual combined level payments.
And that comes out of our revenue. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, I do.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was at the Finance Committee meeting when all this thing was happening, and most of the questions and everything, the answers, I heard that during the meeting. I just have a comment that 2.05% is unheard of. So it's a great, finance percentage that we're getting deal. Thank you, Mark, for everything you guys do for us too as well. And thank you, Mr. Osorio and Ray Beeman. You guys put this thing and work hard on it. And it's unheard of. 2.05, it's cheap.
Now, again, this is a preliminary TIC. It could change, but shouldn't deviate too much from that. I mean, I'm sure we wouldn't.
Yeah, but still cheap.
I'm sure we wouldn't complain if it went under 2.
No way.
No pressure, Clint.
Well, Ray is on the line, so we talked about that in the finance committee.
We did. Any other questions? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do. Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. Good afternoon, City Council, City Mayor. So this is an excellent interest rate. 2.15% is amazing. So I just had some quick questions, for City Council to consider. If the city ever wants to increase, let's say we need another 5 million, because this interest rate is too good at 2.15%. I haven't heard of this rate ever. So if let's say we need another 5 million, would it? And let's say we're buying real estate, build parks, or building apartment buildings to build parks in the city. Would that help the bond rating? And could we technically lease the purchasing of that land? And the other thing is, who's the trustee who's holding these funds? So is it Bank of America that's the trustee, or is it a third-party title or escrow company? And if they're holding the payment bonds or on a yearly basis, so essentially they're holding the funds that the city is making on a month. Is the city making the funds on a monthly basis, or and what if this company goes, and this is depending on who's holding the funds to eventually make the payment to Bank of America? Is it a third-party trustee, or are they investing the funds, into a like let's say the stock market or something, or is it actually in a like a FDA? Or what's that? Not the FDA. I mean the bond from the I forgot the name of the entity. It's the bank, the U.S. government bank bonded. I forgot what it's called. Yes. So the other one is also the assurance bond. Are we getting a assurance bond just in case if the trustee loses those money? And then also, is there a way we can apply the amortization of the loan on a monthly basis? If you think about it, if you're applying interest on it, I know the interest is very low. If you apply it on a monthly basis, it technically could shorten that 20-year term to, let's say, 19.1 years. If you think about it on an interest, because your interest is applying on a yearly basis and you're making that payment coupon on a yearly basis. If you do it on a monthly basis, or even on a semi-monthly basis, you could technically, the amortization, you could technically shrink that and shave off a few years of the loan from 20 years to down to maybe 16, 17, 18 years. So technically save money. But good job on this. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Young, would you like to respond to any of those questions? Or?
Sure, I'll respond to a couple of them. So first of all, B of A is our senior managing underwriter. So their role in the transaction will be to facilitate the sale of the securities to investors. And ultimately, they will be obligated next Wednesday to purchase those bonds under a bond purchase contract pursuant to the fixed interest rates and deliver the proceeds to you later on in September. So that is their role. We have a trustee for the bond issue. That's U.S. Bank. They are a third-party bond trustee with a fiduciary responsibility to both the city, the agency, and the bondholders. When the city makes its semi-annual lease payments to the agency immediately remits those funds to U.S. Bank, which holds them as a third-party fiduciary for the benefit of the bondholders. There's no stock market investments. They're FDIC insured. The proceeds, as they sit there for the 10 or 12 days, are held in treasuries or money market funds and immediately remitted to the bondholders to make semi-annual payments. So truly a third-party trustee, and has been the trustee that the city's used on all of its lease financings in the past. In terms of the tax-exempt municipal market, the convention in the marketplace is to utilize semi-annual payments. Frankly, in the corporate market, which is 6 to 7 times the size of our market, which we're in the $4 to $5 trillion market, typically they are annual payments. So we already have sort of had a little bit more flexibility, but the convention is semi-annual payments. So to Mr. Med's point, from a mass standpoint, yes, there might be slight savings to looking at a monthly structure, but that's just not the convention in the tax-exempt marketplace. And I think I addressed all of his questions.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Madam City Clerk, is anybody else in the public wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to ask, is there anybody who would like to adopt or make the motion to adopt resolution number 6529?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Kaskanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay. Next is resolution number 6528.
Did you need somebody to move that, Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry here. I'm just checking my notes here. Yes, item number 6528 it's a separate vote on that one there. And is there a motion to approve item number 6528? Yes, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, so at this time, we are going to recess to the financing agency meeting, and should all have a second agenda for that one there. We're not going to log off or anything. We're going to stay on here. So we're going to open the Gardena Financing Agency regular meeting for Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Chairwoman Serta,
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Tanaka,
Yes, here.
Member Henderson,
Here.
Member Cascanian,
Present.
and Member Francis.
Yes.
Okay. So first item up here is public comment. Does any member on the, is there showing any member of the public wishing to speak on a public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Let's move on to item number 3. Mr. City Manager.
Chairwoman Serta and members of the Gardena Financing Agency, as it is these items, both resolutions 2021-2 and 2021-3 are identical to the resolution set forth in the Gardena City Council. I think we are requesting the financing agency to approve both of these resolutions together.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments on the resolutions? Okay. So at this time, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-2 and 2021-3?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Councilwoman Francis, was that a second?
Yes.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Cascanian and a second by Councilwoman Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
I'd like to go back, please, and correct the record. I want to refer to your correct titles. Pardon me. So Mayor Cascanian,
I'll take
Member Cascanian, Member Cascanian, Member
Yes.
Francis, Vice Chair Tanaka,
Yes.
Member Henderson,
Yes.
and Chairwoman Serta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're going to adjourn the Gardena Financing Agency and we will return to our regular schedule council meeting for August 10th, 2021.
Thank you, Mark.
That meeting has been adjourned. Yes, thank you very much, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Good evening. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to reconvene our regular city council meeting. Madam City Clerk, do you mind calling roll again, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
and Councilmember Francis.
Yes, here.
Okay. All right, so next up is item number 11C. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 11C is a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG plans and reports to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development or HUD. Item A is the 5-year consolidated plan 2021 to 2025 and action plan for 2021-2022. And B is the action plan for 2020 through 2021. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development requires Gardena to complete a 5-year consolidated plan or CON plan to receive HUD's formula grant programs. Additionally, HUD requires the city to prepare a 1-year action plan for each of the 5 years covered by the CON plan. The CON plan identifies the city's 5-year strategies related to priority needs in housing, homelessness, community development, and economic development. It also identifies short and long-term goals and objectives, strategies, and timetables for achieving its goals. Developed with the input of citizens and community groups, the CON plan serves 4 basic functions. Number 1, it is a planning document for the community built upon public participation and input. 2, it is the application for funds under the CDBG program. 3, it articulates local priorities. And 4, it is a 5-year strategy the jurisdiction will follow in implementing HUD programs. The action plan identifies programs, projects, and CDBG funding levels undertaken during any given year. The CDBG programs detailed in the plans are currently underway. The action plan also identifies the period in which an aggregate of 70% of CDBG funds will be expended on low and moderate income activities. These regulatory documents are required by the U.S. U.S. Department of Housing to accept the city's CDBG and CDBG CV funding, and staff therefore recommends approval of the plans. The financial impact is as follows. CDBG fiscal year 2020-2021 is the entitlement allocation of $629,756. CDBG CV1 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, or CARES Act, for $370,465. CDBG CV3 is the CARES Act, it's also the CARES Act, for $531,519. And CDBG fiscal year 21-22 entitlement allocation of $637,637. What's required tonight is to conduct a public hearing and approve a 5-year consolidated plan 2021-2025, an action plan fiscal year 2021-2022, and approved action plan fiscal year 2020-2021.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this item here, it is a public hearing, so we're going to go ahead and open the hearing at this time. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And if I could get someone to make a motion to approve the 5-year consolidated plan for 2021 through 2025 and action plan for year 2021 through 2022 and approve action plan for year 2020 through 2021.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Cascanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis, Councilmember Francis,
Oh, yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so next up is item number 11D. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. Agenda item 11D is the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, fiscal year ending June 30, 2020. Before I begin the summary, I just wanted to anecdotally say that in my younger days, when I was a finance director, I used to go from city to city as the Southern California representative for the GFOA and presenting these awards to different cities, both for the budget and the CAFR. So here I am, although I'm not in official capacity for GFOA, it's my pleasure to present the City of Gardena of our own budget presentation from the GFOA. This is a pretty big deal, considering the amount of work that our staff put together developing our budget, not just finance department that does this, but the entire city, all departments provide input and provide support to develop a robust budget that is a structurally surplus budget. So the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada, or GFOA, is a major professional association servicing the needs of more than 18,000 appointed and elected local, state, and provincial level government officials and other finance practitioners. The GFA established the Distinguished Budget Presentation Awards Program, or Award Program, in 1984 to encourage and assist state and local governments to prepare budget documents of the very highest quality that reflect both guidelines established by the National Advisory Council on State and Local Budgeting and the GFOA's best practices on budgeting, and then to recognize individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. The GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Awards Program is the only national awards program in governmental budgeting. This award is the highest form of recognition in governmental budgeting. Its attainment represents a significant achievement by the city and reflects the commitment of the City Council and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting, namely accountability and transparency. In order to receive the budget award, the city had to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentations. These guidelines are designed to assess how well an entity's budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operation guide, and a communications device. This is the second consecutive year that the city applied and received the award for the city of Gardena. There's no financial impact. What's required tonight is to receive and file. Just want to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ray Beeman. Ray, if you're on, will you please come on and say a couple words? Also want to congratulate and thank the rest of the admin services staff for really putting this together. Ray?
Thank you, City Manager Osorio. I'm on. It's a team effort.
I'm sorry, Ray, your video is not on.
Oh, hold on.
Put the cocktail away.
Oh, he's here.
I'm here.
Hey.
He's here. In the office. Here. Yeah, of course.
In his office.
We saw the bond just get passed at 2.05%, you know? That was it.
He's trying to sell himself again.
Yeah, there you go. Right there. That's a great rate. But no, thank you very much. It was a team effort, all departments. It's a pretty lengthy approval process and application. So this is the second year we applied and the second year we got it. So group effort. Thank you to my team, everybody on our budget team, Mary Seminole, Koi Quach, Danny Rodriguez, Sarah Reed. Each department has their own budget team members in every department. So we all work together. And these budgets were mostly done during COVID. So less staff and a huge effort to get this done. So thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
We were originally going to be placing this under consent, but I thought we would highlight the department and the city as far as the achievement that this prestigious award brings. So, you know, thank you, Ray, and thank you, City Council, for all your support.
You guys did a great job.
Yeah, very good job. Okay, well, with that, we're going to receive and file this item here.
Madam Mayor, before we receive and file, I definitely want to think that we should take some time to also kind of thank ourselves a little bit, because we've been, as leadership, having some of those hard conversations, and we all know where the city has come from and where we're going.
Right.
And the things that we have done to kind of get this again 2 years in a row shows that we have the courage and leadership to make some of those tough financial decisions and discussions and get us through that. So we should definitely receive and file, but also take a moment to congratulate ourselves and build our self-esteem as a leadership team to kind of move this forward with staff and our community.
Okay, very well said. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Very well said. Okay, so now I'm going to receive and file. And we're going to move on to item number 12A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 12A is a public hearing for resolution number 6527, approving conditional use permit number 4-21 to allow a towing company and associated outdoor storage in the industrial M1 zone and direction to staff to file a notice of exemption following a call for review. The applicant is Rajpal Dillon. Location is 1638 West 130th Street. As a summary, on May 26, 2021, the applicant, Mr. Raj Dillon, business owner of US Tow, submitted an application for a conditional use permit for outdoor automobile storage and automobile towing used at 1638 West 130th Street. The applicant also proposed the construction of a new 4,400 square foot industrial building for the storage of vehicles and an office area at that site. On July 6, 2021, the Planning Commission held a public hearing at which time there were no comments made from the public, and the Commission voted 5-0-0 to adopt Resolution Number PC 8-21 approving the conditional use permit and directed staff to file a notice of exemption. On July 13, 2021, Councilmember Francis called for review of the project. The project qualifies for a categorical exemption from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Guideline Section 15303 for new construction of small structures. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to conduct a public hearing, adopt Resolution Number 6527, uphold the Planning and Environmental Quality Commission's decision, and approve conditional use permit number 4-21.
Okay. So we're going to have a public hearing on this item here. Is there a presentation prior or? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Madam Mayor, there is a presentation by CDD staff. I believe Amanda has that presentation.
Okay.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just having, it looks like I can't get my camera on, but as long as you all can hear me, I'll go ahead and continue on with the presentation. So yes. So good evening, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. As City Manager Osoro Clint has mentioned, that we'll go ahead and present to you the request under conditional use permit number 4-21, as it was called for review by Councilmember Francis. The request includes a conditional use permit to allow a towing company and associated outdoor storage for the property located at 1638 West 130th Street. And before you here is a vicinity map of the city showing that the location of the project site is located on the north end of the city, on the south side of 130th Street, just east of Western Avenue. Sorry about that. Okay. And here are some site photos of the existing conditions of the property. This one taken on the other side of West 130th Street, showing the property located here. Further in, you can see that the site is enclosed with a chain link fence and driveway gate along the front property line. Further into the property, see that the site contains some residential structures that are currently, some of them are deteriorating and others are boarded up and uninhabitable. Further south of the property, you'll see that the site also contains another chain link fence and gate with some barbed wiring, another dilapidated structure, and the very south end of the property is currently used as some storage space with some overgrown vegetation. So those are the existing conditions for the project site. And so tonight, before you is the applicant's request for a conditional use permit to use the subject site for a towing company and associated outdoor storage. The applicant's request includes the construction of a new warehouse building, the size of roughly 4,400 square feet. It will include on-site off-street parking for patrons of 7 spaces. It'll also include 35 outdoor vehicle storage spaces and 8 indoor spaces for impound and the storage of vehicles. The proposed hours of operation are to be 24 hours each day of the week, and public hours ranging from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 5 and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 1. So here is the proposed site plan provided by the applicant with the entrance of the property off of West 130th Street, showing that the entrance of the property will include a 10-foot landscape planter with dispersed with various trees and other landscape covering. As mentioned before, there will be a minimum of 7 patron parking spaces located at the entrance of the property. The warehouse building here shows that there will be a reception area, office space, and again, the storage for 8 impound vehicles. Further south of the property will be the location of the outdoor storage of vehicles. That is enclosed by a proposed new block wall along the perimeters of the property and a driveway gate. And here is a rendering provided by the applicant that shows the proposed development on the site. And lastly, as shown in staff's report, the proposed structure does meet the minimum development standards, and the overall site will be meeting minimum requirements, including landscape. As far as the building, it will be meeting minimum, or will stay within the maximum height requirements, will meet the setback requirements, and as well will meet the minimum off-street parking requirements for the warehousing and office spaces. So at this time, this concludes staff's presentation. At this moment, staff recommends that the City Council open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, and adopt resolution number 6527 upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve conditional use permit number 4-21. At this time, staff is available for any questions as well as the applicant.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Hearing is now open, and open it up for any questions or comments for staff at this time. Actually, Amanda, I have a question. I believe somewhere in here I was reading where initially the setback was going to be 10 feet, but it was mentioned about due to maybe potentially cars idling, that the setback is now going to be 20 feet. Is that correct?
That's a good question, Madam Mayor. That is in reference to I believe, the proposed driveway gate. So if I can, I'll go ahead and go back to the site plan here.
Right, because that was part of where my next question was going to go to it. Does that start from the beginning of the grass to where the building starts?
Yes. So the front property line is located. Let me see. Let me go back. Located here. So, here. Mm-hmm. So this is where the sidewalk will meet the property, but the applicant originally proposed a driveway gate just 10 feet back from the property line. Okay. So staff felt that was not an adequate, setback for the gate. As you know, it's not enough space for a vehicle to stop here and wait for the gate to open. So as conditioned, the applicant will not provide this driveway gate. It will have to be at least a minimum 20 feet back, which ultimately it could be here, but ultimately the applicant has decided just to remove this proposed gate.
Okay, so that area there that you just had the little red dot will be open.
Yes, so patrons will be able to come in and park. There will be no gate along the entrance.
So technically the first gate that we'll probably see will be a little bit further back, almost equivalent to the line of the building? Somewhere in the, right up there somewhere?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that was just the only clarification I wanted.
Amanda, excuse me, before we go on with any public comment, can you talk about the email correspondence that was received today?
Yes, so at this time I can't, well, has the public hearing been opened?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so at this time I can read into the record the comment received from the public. Let me go ahead and pull that up in just one moment. Let's see. Okay, so we did receive a comment from a Stephen Prisk that states 1638 West 130th Street. Parking in this area is very congested. Both sides of the streets are always completely full. I disagree with allowing this permit and unless it is guaranteed that any parking they will need can be had on that premises, as it was a requirement with everyone else in this area. Thank you. So to that point from the member of the public, the project will be meeting the minimum off-street parking requirements. As mentioned, there will be the 7 parking spaces here, and as shown in the report, that is meeting the minimum requirements for the size of this building and for the uses within it, the warehouse and the office space.
Okay. Was there any more email correspondence besides that one email?
Those are all the public comments received at this time, yes.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Let me start with Councilmember Kaskanian first.
That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Amanda, for this presentation. I have a question. How big is the lot?
That's a good
The
question.
dimension of the property.
Mm-hmm. Let me pull up the report really quickly here. The lot size is about just under, let's see, 30, well, actually, no, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong. Okay. It's about 20,000 square feet.
Okay, 20,000 square feet. So, and we have about 35 vehicles is going to be parked combined between indoor parking and outdoor parking. Is that correct?
Combined, I believe 35 outside plus the 8 inside. So, around 42.
43 vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, 43, yes.
All right. And I'm assuming this will be used as of impound yard for police?
Yes, it will be an impound for our vehicles, and I believe yes, the applicant does have a contract currently with the city's police department.
Okay, and my next question is probably Chief Safel will answer this question. Is this sufficient parking lot for our contractor to have for vehicles? So are we going to have only 43 vehicles in the impound? Or is the requirement for to be a police impound requires more parking space?
Councilman Kaskanian, the agreement that we have with the towing company requires for 35 vehicles to be able to be parked within the city of Gardena. The requirement is 35. So the proposal today on the CUP actually exceeds what we require on our towing agreement.
Okay, so we are within the requirement then?
Yes, it meets the requirement and exceeds it.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I don't remember who had their hand up next. There was another question.
well, Council Member Francis and I think
Rodney, right? Okay. Rodney, let me go ahead while her camera's off right now. You had a question, and then I'll go back to Council.
Well, I've received more than just the one correspondence from the one that was put into the minutes tonight, but I've had some people that have businesses up there to ask me the same thing about the off-street parking. So reading through this entire thing and looking at this project, I can see that they have enough spaces in the front for off the street. Employees, I think I read in this plan that says something about employees will be parked in the warehouse or somewhere in the back. So there should be no cars that are parked on that street related to this business. So I'm hoping that that's the way that the tow company has put that into their project. So, and there should be no towed cars on that street. So hopefully anybody that from that area up in that industrial area that's watching this tonight or hears about this, they should not have parking problems up there. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Francis, you had a question?
There we go. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just wondering where your cars are. You have a place where your cars being stored now?
If I may, this is Raj Dillon.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, Councilmember Francis. Currently, we're running the operation out of Hawthorne. We have plenty of space over there, and we've been able to utilize. Basically, we've been utilizing Hawthorne, and we look forward to going back to Gardena as soon as possible.
Oh.
What happened? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just curious. If you have plenty of space in Hawthorne, everything's going okay over there, then why do you need more space? Or I don't understand why.
Councilwoman Francis, the agreement, when we put out the RFP for a towing contract, we required all the bidders that they must have a facility in Gardena, which can house 35 vehicles in the city of Gardena. And then the remaining 65 vehicles had to be housed within 5 miles of City Hall. So there is a requirement that they must have a presence in Gardena, hence why after the fire that they experienced in their building here in Gardena, they have been moving forward and securing another location where that's being proposed tonight for council approval.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that because I drove by and I got kind of confused because I saw U.S. Toll with their 139th, but there's no roof on the building and there's being held up by steel posts. So I was wondering, so you have once this site is approved, you won't ask to go to 139th as well because you may run out of space. It's not you don't have any plans of going to another site, going back to 139th or knocking the walls down or something. Maybe it's not a fair question. I don't know.
I can answer that.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, after the fire, because the property was totally destroyed, the lease terminated 60 days after the total destructive event. So I no longer have any interest or obligation to that property.
Okay, and the other question I wanted to know about is cars. Sometimes if they're not running. A lot of times they leak oil or they, just transmission fluid, brake fluid, depending on the nature of the car. So I have a concern about stormwater management. What it says we're asking for a plan study. What would that look like? Or do you have something in place now? Or what are you going to do to kind of keep it clean over there so that we're not contaminating our groundwater?
Well, first of all, we're going to have a concrete pad. The entire lot's going to be fully concreted. And then every car is going to have a storage pan. I mean, a fluid capture pan underneath it. That's the way we do things right now. And we put it underneath the engine compartment, and it captures all the fluids. But just in case there is an overflow, we have done some research in sealers, and we use a sealer called TS210. It's made by Concrete Sealers USA, and that prevents any seepage into the concrete or into any porous surface. That's we were required to do that in Hawthorne, and we've been doing it, and it really works really well.
Okay. And as far as the house, it appeared to me, I could be wrong, but it appeared to me that there were people living in those homes, the residences, the houses that are there. At least there seemed to be some type of activity going on there. What happens are those people being displaced, or?
Those people have already moved out. Everyone has been paid the Gardena mandated relocation fee. Frankly, 2 of them were quite happy to move and get that money.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, and so you don't anticipate having to place more than 35 cars here? No more than 40 cars at this particular site because you have space someplace else in Hawthorne?
Yes, we have about 3 acres in Hawthorne, and that's where we put all our overflow storage.
Okay.
In fact, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
In fact, we're operating quite well just with those spaces, but the contract requires that we have a physical presence in Gardena. So yeah. I figured this was the best way to go about it.
Okay, yeah, for sure. All right, thank you. So because of our contractual agreement, you need the space. In other words, we have to honor the agreement by allowing you to have this particular site. Would that be a fair assessment of where we are right now?
Yes, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting. This Zoom video is very difficult. I know we're all doing the best we can, and please don't take it offensively that.
Oh no, I don't. You're all right, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were saying.
No, you're absolutely correct in your assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Mr. Dillon, thank you for the presentation, and also want to stress to the community that one of the values of having a site in our cities that it's not a burden to go to another city to retrieve your vehicle, if that is the case. But Mr. Dillon, in regards to this facility, how well are you going to secure it on the south side where the cars will be outside, and will they be covered, or how are you going to do that to kind of discourage theft? Or are you going to have cameras, or what are you going to have to secure the facility?
Multiple cameras that record all the time, high definition, lighting everywhere. Like there won't be a dead spot. And because of the nature of the property, a perfect rectangle, it's very easy to cover it with cameras. There won't be any blind spots or around the corner or anything like that. Plus, we're going to have the 8-foot walls. It's going to be really secure. And then the interior of the warehouse is going to have the evidence section, and that's we're planning a tall concrete block building with everything.
All right. Do you know what property is directly adjacent to you to the south?
To the south, that'd be on 132nd Street, basically the north end of 132nd?
Yes.
No, I don't. It's a red brick building. It has no windows, no access, no nothing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Were there any more questions? Councilman Cascanian?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Madam City Attorney, a quick question. Is this 35 vehicle or 40 vehicles or 45 vehicles in the contract, is this was been like this for a long time, or it's been reviewed or replaced?
So in the original contract you guys approved back in 2019, that was part of the terms. The 35 vehicles must be, slots for 35 vehicles must be in the city of Gardena. That was part of what you guys approved back in April 2019.
the contract was presented, right?
Yes, originally presented back. That is a requirement that he has to comply with.
I see. And prior to that, what was the requirement?
I'm not familiar with the prior agreement before that, Councilman just came in.
Yeah, because I voted no for this. That's why, I was wondering.
Yeah, my what I wanted to ensure was that the agreement that you guys had in place was being met with what was being proposed by the CUP. And so it does meet all of the requirements. For example, as Councilman Henderson was inquiring about security cameras, our agreement that you guys entered into in 2019 required for security to be present 24 hours, the 8-foot wall. Those were all items that were
10-foot wall. I think it's 10 foot. It says in there, no?
I just looked at it. I just saw it's 8 feet, at least 8 feet. It's in section 11 of the agreement. So again, as I was reviewing as the submittal was of the CUP, in working with PD, we went through the agreement that was entered into to ensure that it was complying with all the terms of the agreement.
Okay. And I have my next question to Mr. Dillon. How many vehicles do we tow for Gardena approximately, if you can give me some numbers?
Last month was one of the best months we've ever had. It was 149.
So we have about 105 vehicles towed outside the city.
No, that's not the way it works, sir. What happens is we tow cars every day, and some of them leave, some of them don't. On the average daily storage, we have about 100. So, right, if this was built, you would have about 56 outside the city, 43, and if my math is right, no, 57, 43. So that's usually the way it works. Like, just because you tow 149 cars in a month doesn't mean that we have 149 cars at one time. People pick up their cars, they fix their violations, cars get sold. So it's a rotating inventory.
How many 30 days impound you get a month? Do you know?
I believe last month we got 3 or 4.
That's it?
Yes.
All right. No, the reason I'm asking because I was in this business and it wasn't easy like this, what it seems like to be right now. So that's why I was wondering.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it easy. There's a lot of.
No, I mean, easy. I'm not saying about operating the business. I mean, easy as the numbers. The requirement was way more than what it is right now. That's why I'm questioning. The number seems to me is like I can have a 20,000 square feet lot and I can have a police impound. So that's why I was kind of questioning about that. So, that too. I voted no for the project because it wasn't suitable for me from day one.
I understand. I think the biggest obstacle these days as far as lots go is the price of property, either a lease or a purchase, and the construction involved around it. That's the hardest part. I think
that's true. If you're going to be in the game, so you got to spend the money to make the money. So, but anyway, yeah. So I don't know. I wish the good luck with this. I'm no things, but I was just concerned, and I did raise this question to staff members that what will happen. People from Gardena, they have to go to Hawthorne to pick up their vehicles. That was my number one concern, and how it was working out. So anyway, good luck.
Thank you very much. I can shed a little more light on that if you'd like.
Yeah, that's okay. We're good.
May I ask, Madam Mayor, may I ask more questions, please? So sure. we have this, we have a contractual agreement that in order to receive the contract, U.S. Tow had to have a presence in the city of Gardena. So it was that's a part of our contract. What happens when, because sometimes contracts get resolved or, people say, well, I don't want to do this anymore. Is there a time limit to the contract? Is this a forever contract or?
It was a 5-year contract, Councilwoman
5-year
Francis.
contract.
Yeah, entered into in 2019.
Okay, and what happens that, I know we had some things in place with the stormwater management and the property for, the water quality, building provision, we have all those things in place. So what happens if for whatever reason, contract has to be resolved or dissolved? What happens to the property then?
Councilwoman Francis, conditional use permits run with the land. So even if Mr. Dillon didn't have a contract with the city anymore, the property could still be used for a tow yard. As a matter of fact, staff is going to begin the revocation proceedings on the previous tow yard that's, as you indicated, nothing's been going on there. And we're going to get a public hearing to try and remove that CUP. So there's not too many tow yards in the city.
Yes, that was my other, thank you for that part of the question too, because I was concerned about the number of tow yards. Is there a cap? I know that the one 139th, he says that he's not the leaseholder and that's not going to be used anymore, but there are others, and I'm wondering, is this a good time to kind of put a cap on the number of tow yards that are going to be here in our city? Because the area could be used for something else, not necessarily. I don't know, is that a proper question at this time?
It's a little bit outside the scope of the conditional use permit for this tow yard, but because each tow yard requires a conditional use permit, you can make a determination at that time if it's in the best interest, if it fits in with the community. But to do a numerical cap, we'd have to go through a full ordinance amendment.
Mm-hmm. But we're almost bound by the CUP because we have this contractual agreement. Is that?
If the council found that it could not make the findings for this location, then Mr. Dillon would have to look for another location in the city.
Mm.
I'm sorry, we finished?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I have a question because I noticed we're counting the number of spaces for like cars to be towed and taking into account where employees would park as well as people having to come in and pick up their cars. But where are we taking into account the tow trucks? Because I'm assuming there's probably 4 or 5 tow trucks that are assigned to this station here. I mean, I just want to make sure those won't be parked on the street as well, correct? Those will be inside of the facility?
If I may?
Yes, please.
The tow trucks usually are staged in various parts of the city from 7 a.m. to about 7 p.m. That's our day shift.
Okay.
They're not parked around there because most of the Gardena goes from El Segundo to almost the 91 freeway. I think Artesia,
mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have 4 tow trucks that are dedicated to Gardena, and they're all over the city. And after business hours, we would just park them. Well, after 7 p.m., we would probably park them in the front, where it says customer and employee parking.
In that portion there, okay, on the property still. So
yes,
sounds good. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do.
Okay.
Mr. Zahid Ahmed.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes. Hi. Good afternoon, City Council and City Mayor. So my biggest thing is when, for example, if your investors are coming into Gardena and they're, looking around the city, is going to be that physical barrier wall that, on 135th Street. It doesn't look good. I mean, they're just going to replace the chain link fence with another, like a brick, and it's like a metal wall, like a barrier. Is there a way to remove that and just have it with the open green space. For example, if you go to City of Torrance, they have a private tow yard that was built there by on Sky Park Drive in Torrance. And it doesn't, like the front facade, it's all open. It's just green, like they have trees and like bushes and trees, and it's open all the way to the front door. So when you're driving on Sky Park, it doesn't look like it's a fortified building. They don't also allow, and this is for the City of Torrance, they don't allow the tow trucks to be parked outside. That's going to be, you're going to have problems there. And watch the customers. They're not going to have parking. They're going to be parking on the street. I would put a resolution where that customer parking is not for the tow trucks. Tow trucks can be parked in Hawthorne or somewhere else, and not on this premises. And also, make it where there's not that fence or that barrier wall, that the metal mesh that they're going to put, like I think 2 feet of brick, and then after brick it's like a metal fencing. I would not put that. I would leave the front all open and incorporate more, green, like trees, bushes. So it looks like the City of Torrance, where they have that it's a private tow yard by another private company, and it's actually open. So when you're driving on the street, it actually looks, it doesn't look like it's fortified. I mean, fortification is going to make our city more undesirable to investors. So they're going to say, oh, you have to put, barriers, so that's going to be the biggest thing. And also, I would put a green tree fund for the 500 feet on that street, making mandatory, and then picking the street trees. And then even having the developer pay the city or a third party and having specific trees and bushes. So we can have a bush and then a tree on top. So it's green space. And also, possibly the exterior of the building, it actually looks like, it's not just brick, it's actually stucco with maybe some sort of wood or tile tree, like trim, like the Starbucks or, the restaurants are being built in our city. It actually looks, doesn't look like just like bricks and stucco only. It actually has some sort of wood trim or even a tile trim. And then making a mandate where the customer parking cannot be used by employees nor the tow trucks, and also not allowing future elevator parking where they put in these devices to, maybe make it more, because you don't want this from the street looking at 100 cars being parked in back with the elevator parking. Thank you so much.
Any more questions or comments? Okay, if not, we're going to go ahead and close the hearing at this time. So the hearing is now closed. And can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6527?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
No.
Councilmember Francis. Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 13A, the COVID-19 update. Clint, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be sharing my screen regarding COVID-19 update. Can you see the dashboard?
Not yet.
Oh, how about now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. We have a short report tonight regarding our COVID-19 cases in the city of Gardena. We have a total of 6,941 cases now in the city of Gardena. That is up 259 cases from the last time we reported back in July 27. The death count, unfortunately, has increased by 2 since the last time we reported. So that is unfortunate. Going down to the vaccination rate in the city of Gardena, the total vaccination rate here at the city for ages 12 and above is 71.6%, which is relatively high. It's a pretty high number. The juvenile subset of that, which is 12 to 17, counts for 47.4%. And then the senior subset is 89 86.9% vaccinated. So very, very high numbers for both our total population and our seniors here in the city. As far as our testing clinic is concerned, as you know, the 360 clinic was operating out of Raleigh Park for the better part of the year. That contract has since expired in July. We're currently in the process of renewing a contract. They're going to be changing their name from 360 to the COVID Clinic, and they will increase their operating time and days. So they're going to be going now Monday through Saturday from 9:30 a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. The MOU between us and the COVID Clinic is being finalized. It should be finalized in a couple of days. So you should be seeing the COVID Clinic over at Raleigh Park operating again. It comes timely as COVID-19 cases is going up due to the Delta variant. That's my report. Any questions? Be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Clint, is this numbers, since when the numbers are like this, like 199 deaths, 6,700, cases?
Yes, absolutely. I don't have the exact date when we actually started the counts. This dates back about a year probably from the beginning of the pandemic. So 6,941 total.
It is, Mr. City Manager, from the beginning that the Public Health Department started providing us with the data.
I see. Okay. All right. So it's from day one.
Correct.
From the first available data that we got from our remember we were tallying these numbers from our EOC, or Emergency Operations Center. We were getting numbers from the county, but we weren't satisfied as far as the validity and the accuracy of those numbers. So we would be contacting our local health providers here, hospitals, and we tally those numbers up by talking to them directly twice a day, maybe even 3 times a day.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do we happen to have any numbers on anybody who is getting COVID a second time, like another category for that?
I don't have that number right now, Mayor Serta. I don't know if LA County, that is probably an LA County number that we need to be tracking. I'm
just curious. I'm not saying we have to. I'm just
it'd be interesting to see what is the percentage of people that are getting COVID-19, even if they're vaccinated. That's what you're referring to, right? If you're vaccinated, or second time around.
Second time. Vaccinated or not, yeah.
The problem with that, Mayor, is that as you get the vaccine and you're getting some kind of immunity, even those folks that have gotten it before, so they've got and didn't get a vaccine, they have some level of immunity already. And so the problem is they would test or they would get COVID-19 but not get tested because it's asymptomatic. So to get a true number of that is very hard to pinpoint. And that's the challenge right now is who are, how many people are actually getting it, even if you're vaccinated.
Right.
And I guess the answer to the question is, at some point in our lifetime, even, all of us get vaccinated and herd immunity, we are going to get the COVID-19 at some point of our lives, just like every one of us has gotten the flu. And we've generally gotten the flu vaccine. So at this point, we don't have that number yet, Mayor.
Okay, I was just curious.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have a quick question. Is there any way to get more updated information, because the numbers haven't changed, or is it just the numbers haven't changed, or?
Oh, Councilmember Francis. No, it did change. The number that, let me show you again. The number that I'm reporting today is currently the numbers as of today. The numbers that I said earlier would be 2 weeks ago. So we go, 2 weeks. Again, 6,941 is our current number. That's up 259 from the last time we reported. And then the death, like I said, unfortunately we lost 2. It was 197 2 weeks ago. It's 199 now.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay. If there are no more questions, then let's move on to item number 18A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18A is designation of voting delegate representative for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, September 22 to 24th, 2021. Consistent with league bylaws, a city's voting delegate must be designated by its city council. As Gardena's delegate to the LA County League of California Cities, Mayor Pro Tem Rodney Tanaka is available to attend and represent the city of Gardena at the annual conference and expo and will be available to serve in this capacity. In the event that Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka cannot attend, Councilmember Art Kaskanian, the alternate to the LA County League of California Cities, can attend and represent the city of Gardena. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council to designate Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka to represent the city of Gardena as the official voting delegate and Councilmember Kaskanian as official voting delegate alternate during the League's annual conference and expo in September. Council action regarding selection of voting delegate alternate is advised by August 31st, 2021. The selection information attested by the city clerk will be submitted to the League of California Cities office by the required 2021 deadline. There's no financial impact. What's required is to designate a voting delegate or alternate.
Okay, any questions or comments on this? Madam City Clerk, does anybody from the public have a question or comment on this?
No, Mayor.
Okay, with that being said, can I get a motion to designate Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka as the delegate and his alternate council member, Kaskanian?
So moved.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Kaskanian?
Yes, and thank you.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay. That's all done. All right, so next up is council directives. Does any member of the council have any directives at this time?
Madam Mayor, I do, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, I attended a virtual town hall on August 7th. It was about SB 9 and SB 10. And these bills are currently moving through our legislature. And what SB 9 and SB 10 would do, say, for example, my house, they would allow a developer to come in and buy my house, a single family residence, and build 4 units, 2 stories. They can put as many as 10 units on one lot. And it would just totally change the nature of our resident, single family resident neighborhoods. They don't have to, they wouldn't require any parking standards for them. And so we just, there were 1,000 people on the call. And I just think it's not a good idea. It's not going to, building housing as this, it gives the developers basically a free ride, and it's not going to improve the affordability of housing. It's not going to do anything to reduce or increase the number of housing available. So I was wondering if the council would join me and send a letter to our elected official, ask them to oppose SB 9 and SB 10.
Councilwoman Francis, in a prior directive that you guys gave me, I believe by Councilman Tanaka, the South Bay COG asked us to join a letter that they were sending to our electeds, and you guys all added your names to that letter. So that letter did go in conjunction with the other South Bay COG council members that was previously sent to our elected. So you guys have already taken a position on that and sent a letter to Sacramento.
All right, then.
There was also an op-ed in the LA Times, and there was a article, I believe, in the Daily Breeze, where all of our names as council members was in that article.
No, thank you. But if you could send me a copy of that, I really appreciate it, because I didn't see that one. Thank you so very much.
I think at the bottom of the article, I'm sorry, because there were so many names, the article cut it off and only had like 4 or 5 names. And then it said the remainder of the council members' names were excluded from the print on the paper due to the length of the names. But I do have a copy of the official request that was made that all of your names are to be added to the South Bay COG, and the COG sent us confirmation of that.
No.
But I can forward that to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We just actually recently got a request at the last Planning Commission. They were inquiring about the same issue and wanted to send you guys a recommendation to send something. And so we provided them with a copy of the fact, of that letter that was sent with the rest of the COG. So letting the planning commissioners know that you guys have taken a position on that. So since they were concerned about it, I wanted to make sure you guys had done that.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, because I'm very concerned about the passage of this bill, and it's
Councilwoman Francis, that formerly wasn't that SB 50, and that one was I think it was Senator Weiner was the one who authored that one before, because I think a couple of years ago they had tried and it failed. So I think they must be reintroducing this again now as SB 9 and 10.
Well, this is Atkins. Tony Atkins introduced it this time.
Oh, he introduced it this time, but it's the same
similar versions of it. But
they're doing a redo, and
it's still a weird bill.
It's bad, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's very bad. I'm very concerned about it.
Okay.
And I was wondering, we heard from Genesis Coronado about the redistricting information. I was wondering if we could post it on our city website. It's especially for our school district, because the way it's set up right now, there's a little part of Gardena over near Percy Avenue that's in one district, and then the rest of Gardena is in the other part. So it really, I think the goal was I'm not quite sure why they divided us that way, but I was wondering if there's any way we can get the information out to make sure everybody has an opportunity to participate. Every 10 years, we get to draw the lines again of our city and how we want our representation to look like. And we have a citizens commission in place now as opposed to the legislature. So I was just wondering if we get that information to as many people as possible so we can participate. Because I think there are a lot of people that are not aware of, even for our city boundaries and assembly districts and a congressional district, because of the census, we're going to lose a seat. And so I was just wondering if that would be okay.
Is there a second on that one?
Is to put the LAUSD redistricting commission information on our website? Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank
you. Are there any other council directors at this time? I have one. Hopefully I can get a second on this one here. I'd like for us to look into the idea of when we have a call for a review on like our planning commission items to maybe have to have a second on that one versus just one person call for review on that. If that's something that we could bring back and staff report and have a full discussion on that and make it an agenda item.
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor, do you want us to bring a draft ordinance back to you?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay,
thank you. Any other directors at this time? Okay, if not, let's move on to city manager's remarks regarding our previous directors and council items.
Mayor, Serta, members of the city council, I forwarded a memo to you from the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Committee, also known as GBAC, regarding some materials and information on cannabis businesses. There's also a presentation that has been created for your review. I'm going to be sharing my screen to talk a little bit about some upcoming events. All right, is this visible?
It is now.
Okay. Starting with our jazz festival, Our 18th annual Jazz Festival is on Sunday, August 22nd, 2021. We are sold out. We want to want to feature the artists that are going to be, some of the artists going to be performing, and Eric Benet, Norman Brown, Keiko Matsui. It's going to be here again at Raleigh Park, 13220 South Van Ness. The gates are going to be opening at 9 a.m. Next up is a flyer that we created to report aircraft noise complaints. This is a sample flyer that we have come up with for the public. If you would like to submit your concerns, you can call us 424-307-1810 or email at outreach@jetcenterla.com. And the website is listed, also listed on the flyer.
Nice.
Next up is inviting the entire community to participate in the annual Community Cleanup Day. This is their 21st annual Keep Gardena Beautiful Day. That's on Saturday, September 18th, 2021, from 8 a.m. to noon. You can register at www.cityofgardena.org/events. In order to receive a free volunteer shirt, you must register by Wednesday, September 1st, 2021. There is also sponsorship opportunities that are available. And in conjunction with Community Cleanup Day, we're having a bulky items free disposal day. That's on Saturday, September 18th, 2021, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Raleigh Park. Examples of what to bring would be a single item that can be safely handled by 2 people. Some furniture, appliances, yard waste and wood waste, electronic waste, TVs and computers. Some examples of what not to bring. Single items that can be safely carried by 2 people. Oil or hazardous waste, CFL or fluorescent light bulbs and tubes, concrete, dirt, building materials, medical waste, or commercial and business waste. There's going to be a maximum of 2 trips per household. There will be no commercial size U-Haul trucks permitted during this event. Last but not least, we're having a City of Gardena Senior Labor Day barbecue, Friday, September 10th, 2021, from 12 p.m. to 1:30 out here at the City Hall Complex lawn. There is a pre-registration and it's required. See, for our seniors 60 plus only. You can contact the Senior Bureau at 310-217-9552. And I believe we have a special video highlighting our very, very successful National Night Out. We want to thank the entire community for participating and sharing support at our National Night Out. And I think we're about to be showing the video.
That's why we're all here tonight, because it's about the police department, the city council, and you as a community. So that is what National Night is about.
As a person who grew up in Gardena for the last 52 years, knowing most of these officers personally, this is what community is all about. When this exemplifies what community policing should be, where the officers know their community and the community knows their officers.
I'm thrilled to be out here for this event. I gotta tell you, it's the biggest I've seen in the South Bay so far this evening, and it's a wonderful opportunity for the community and law enforcement to talk about shared values, build relationships, and mutual trust. So that's what I love about this special night. We all missed it last year because we were all on lockdown, so I'm thrilled to be out and about with residents of Gardena.
I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3. Everybody says thank you as loud as you can. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Very nice, Gardena. I love you.
Gardena, this is the bomb out here, right? Am I good?
Hey, thanks for everybody coming out. We had a great time. Everybody drive safe, be safe, and good night, everyone. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you next time.
All right.
Very nice.
Thank you, Chief, and for all the officers that were out there and all the employees that we had out there at National Night Out. It was a great event, very successful. So I just want to thank everybody for being out there. Last but not least, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, I do want to recognize a couple people tonight. You saw, hope you had a chance to look at our personnel report. These two employees in our city have been with us for quite some time. And as we get out of COVID and we start to really become financially more stable, we're starting to promote again. And these two individuals have really been the workhorse of from the Admin Services Department. And we just want to take the time to give them opportunity to say something. Starting with Alex Pinto. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you, Clint.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to be here with us tonight. You gave me a bio that I'm going to be reading, just a short bio, and then I'll give you an opportunity to say something, okay? So Alex has been in the IT field professionally for over 22 years, ranging from a variety of scopes, from teaching and assistance learning for students at Carson High School, Cisco Networking Academy, and later moving on to the health industry for Torrance Hospital Independent Practice Association as their IT administrator, and presently at the City of Gardena for the past 19 years. Recent large projects include the city's migration to Office 365, our Cisco Voice over IP migration, planning and deployment of the South Bay Fiber Network, which is a really big deal, Alex. I know Councilman Henderson was involved in that, and Alex has been in the meetings. So he's very instrumental to our team here, and he's being promoted to IT supervisor. Alex?
Thank you guys very much for the opportunity. As always, continued success over these many years. Being here has been very fruitful and exciting. We keep pushing forward, and I just look forward to continue to develop our network. And thank you again for all the support you've done, especially recently during COVID, to our IT department. It's been very helpful, and we're very happy again to help support all of you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alex. A round of applause for Alex. All right. And then you all know Coy. Coy is has been a part of our family here in the Admin Services Department in the City of Gardena. Very, very instrumental. You see all of the budgets, forecasting, our CAFR, really been instrumental with Ray, success of our city. So I'm going to read a couple of things about Coy, and I'll give you the opportunity to say something. He's a proud public servant and soon to be Gardena resident again. He says that he is a sports enthusiast, but really bad at sports. Graduate from Cal State LA with a bachelor's in business administration. He has always been interested in working for public sector and nonprofit. Began the public sector journey as a finance intern for Alhambra, worked for Monterey Park in the finance department for 3 years, and got started with the City of Gardena 6 years ago in the admin services department. I remember interviewing and hiring Coy. He had a very, very interesting choice of colors with his suit. Started out as senior account clerk, then the junior accountant, and then finally financial services technician. Believe you're at cost accounting right now, Coy?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Well, I just want to express that I'm really thankful for the opportunity. I want to thank you, everyone, for the support. I want to thank you for the leadership from the city council, the mayor, city managers, my department head, which Ray Beeman, the CFO. The opportunity that I was given, the support that I think all of us receive from all the leaders at the city has been extremely helpful and fruitful for anyone to progress. So I really want to thank you for that.
All right, Coy, give you a round of applause. So for the city council and our mayor, what we're going to be doing a little bit differently going forward is when we have new hires and promotions, we'll be having a quarterly mixer. Hope you can join us in the mixers. Basically, we're going to be introducing our new hires and our promotions, roast them a little bit, say a couple of things about them. Carmen shaking her head. Trust me, I'm going to run it by you first. Don't worry. and then give them the opportunity to have some FaceTime here at the city council meeting. Just a little bit, just to get them get their ask them to say a couple of words. So if you plan to be promoted to our city staff, expect to be here in the council meeting at least once, just to introduce yourself and get familiarized. So our community will get to know you, and our city council and our mayor would really get to know you. So thank you, Coy and Alex, for being here tonight.
Yeah. Congratulations to both of
right.
you guys. You guys.
Madam Mayor, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Coy, you guys have done a great job in the finance department, and thank you for your input in that. And Alex, I thought you were a supervisor already because you're the go-to person all the time. You're the only person I think
He's always been that guy.
You've always been that guy. I just realized when you got promoted that you weren't already the supervisor. But congratulations. It's very well deserved. I'm sure you've helped everybody on this council make their computer work or something technical here. So congratulations. Well deserved.
Great job, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe, Madam Mayor, I'm done. Hopefully I didn't forget anything from Stephanie's side. Otherwise, I'll hear it tomorrow.
Or you're going to text. Okay. So let's move on to council remarks. It's 11:15. We're going to begin tonight with Councilmember Henderson. I'm not rushing you, though, just because I mentioned the time. So.
I hear what you're saying, though. Since our last meeting, I did some community visits. I want to say National Night Out was great. I'm sure we all got something to say about that, but it was really good to be out with our community members and each other, and had a good time and smiles through the mask. It was wonderful. I attended a BizFed broadband discussion meeting with some ISPs as we talk about, working on narrowing the digital divide, speaking to the ISPs and letting them understand that municipalities aren't just going to willy-nilly let them run roughshod over us in regards to deploying antennas and right-of-way issues. So to anticipate discussions from elected bodies in regards to how we want antennas to be deployed in our community so our aesthetics don't start going awry in regards to how we envision our community. I want to thank Coy again for his promotion, and Alex, congratulations again. Funny story about Alex, we were in one of our broadband discussions and everything, and he was ground support and I was air support, or vice versa. Some entity stated something and I said something and I was holding back, and Alex voiced his opinions and concerns. He represented Gardena very, very well and everything. And I just like, that's right. And it was great. So Alex is really a great representative for us from a technological standpoint. And we definitely are glad that he's with us and been with us so long and leading his team in regards to technology and having some vision of what our city can look like and how we can support our community. Madam Mayor, so ends my report.
Okay, thank you. And next up is Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last time we met, I also attended our night out, and I must say I've gone to them across the years, and I think this one was by far the most successful, had the greatest turnout, and everyone had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. And also on Wednesday the 4th, I attended Supervisor Holly Mitchell's Town Hall on Guaranteed Income. The Board of Supervisors are considering guaranteeing 1,000 residents in our district, I guess he's supervisorial district, a guaranteed income, such as what they're doing in Long Beach and Compton as well. So it was a very interesting conversation. Also, I attended the Measure J Advisory Committee update meeting. There's this Measure J money has come down, and they've parsing it out to different departments and for different programs. So I hope we get some of that money as well. And as I stated a little bit earlier on the directives, on Saturday, August 7th, I attended a virtual town hall meeting to discuss opposition SB 9 and 10. And there were over 1,000 people on this call. And they encourage everyone to contact their elected officials. There is some concern that it may very well pass. And so we want to make sure that we let them know that that's not the answer to our housing and ending the homelessness. Also, by the time we come back, I don't know if you know this or not, but August is Welcome Back to School Month. Mm-hmm. Yay. So I want to wish all the students and my colleagues that are in education, teachers and assistants, everybody that work for the school district, welcome back to school. And I want you also to pay attention to traffic as you're driving along, because the streets are going to be busier. So pack your patience. And also want to mention that Maceo Southtown Library had an open house. I wasn't able to attend because it had it on my birthday, but the library is over on Crenshaw Boulevard between Rosecrans and 147th. They made some major renovations with computer work sites, and it's really beautiful. And so if you haven't had a chance to get to that library, so we have two in the city of Gardena, the Mamie Deer Library, and of course, Maceo Southtown. And it's really beautiful. I also want to congratulate Ray Beeman on his award. I'm not a numbers person, but I can understand sitting here and looking at the budgets as we go through them. I can appreciate the amount of work that it took to make it happen. I also want to congratulate Alex as our new IT supervisor, and congratulate Coy Watch as well. And also thank you, City Clerk Mina Semenza, for that great presentation about an upcoming election. I want you to make sure that everybody make your voices heard by voting on election day. We have Raleigh Park available as well as El Camino, and then we have the dropout points. So I'm saying, vote, sign it, seal it, and send it. And also Keep Gardena Beautiful Day is coming up. I hope the city comes down, participates, and help clean up our city. And Gardena is a beautiful city anyway, as Councilmember Tanaka would say, it's the gem of the South Bay. And we want to keep it looking that way. And so I'll come out, and special thank you to Waste Management for offering opportunity to dump your bulky items. And in closing, I know there's all this new Delta variant that's going on, but we're going to get through this. And I think we're going to get through it by wearing your mask, whether you're vaccinated or not. Wash your hands, keep your distance, and just know the better days are ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. So bike team stopped by my house, District 3, and kind of chit-chatted for a little bit. So I appreciate them stopping by to say hi on their bike ride. National Night Out was an absolute awesome event. Our city should be very proud of our police department and the things that we do to make sure that we are totally engaged with our community. I think Senator Bradford said it best, is that, he called it community policing. We call it district policing, but we do it really well. We've always done it well. So I'm proud that I was a member of that department, and I continue to be proud of the things that they do and the chief accomplishes. Let's see, I met with the mayor of Lomita. We talked over some housing issues. Attended the COG steering committee meeting, and we also on the same day had the COG had a strategic planning meeting in El Segundo. Very fruitful. You can be assured that the COG now with its plan is moving forward to make sure that issues within the South Bay are going to be addressed. And we have a whole bunch of subcommittees that are going to be in charge of making sure that issues are addressed and taken care of. Sorry, I missed the first live CERT meeting, but I had some other things going on that day. I just saw on my phone, there's a message that came up that said there's going to be mandatory shots for all teachers, COVID shots. So I just, Paulette, I just saw that when you were talking about school. So I just kind of saw that alert pop up. Congratulations to all the awards that we won. Congratulations to Coy. He really loves this city. He's totally engaged. We were at a function one day, and he said, Mayor Pro Tem, he goes, we sure could use a light on the flagpole at night so we could fly our flag at night. So Coy, you have a light on the flag, so it's okay. It's all good. Thanks for caring. Alex, congratulations. I've known you since the PD. You used to take care of my computer issues because I wasn't that smart at computers. But it's nice to see you come up through the ranks and become a leader within that. So with all that, Madam Mayor, that ends my report.
Okay. Thank you very much. And for myself, attended just a couple of events. First one I got a chance to attend was National Night Out. And, as you saw in the video, it was a fun night for everybody. In fact, I think I was probably part of the last group to leave because I was there when they start taking down the tables and chairs. So it was just an event that was just so much fun. You just want to stay all the way to the end. But everybody who was there, they had a great time, from the adults to the kids. And the common thing I kept hearing everywhere that I went, they were like, wow, this is a big city, but yet it's got this really nice, sweet hometown feeling to it, just being outdoors there. And like, was mentioned earlier, the number of people to turn out, it was awesome. It was amazing. Who knew that many people were going to turn out, especially, dealing with COVID. So a great event, and kudos to everybody who worked to put that on, from Parks and Rec, Stephanie, Satin's department, to Public Works and G-Trans and the PD, all of you guys did a phenomenal job, and it definitely showed. I don't know of anything that was out of place. It was just, everything was right on point. Also, since the last council meeting, I attended something that I usually go to every year, and that's the LA County Lifeguards Medal of Valor ceremony, and that was out in Redondo Beach this year. And it's an award ceremony. It's similar to the Police Medal of Valor ceremony, but this is to lifeguards. And it recognizes lifeguards who saved somebody's life that year. And one of the things that always just stands out in my mind is that if you work for the police department or the fire department, along with all the skill and training that you have in saving lives, you have all these toys that I like to say, whether it's your gun or batons or fire hoses and different things. But lifeguards, they don't have anything, just their ability to get out there and run fast in the sand, swim fast, be able to get a person out of the water, and sometimes they almost have to knock them out just to save them, get them on a boat, do CPR, and then try to get them to the ambulance or whatever. And I mean, it's amazing to see the training that some of these lifeguards go through, on a regular basis. And some of these people, they start, 12, 13 years old, and some of them are retiring at like 60 years old. And it's just amazing to hear the number of people that they've saved and just their stories. So it was just a great event to go to, and just to recognize lifeguards. I don't want to take anything away from police and fire and everyone else, but it's just awesome just to hear some of the stories that our lifeguards have and that they share. So that was one of the events. Also, I attended this weekend the Susan B. Corman walk, and I was actually one of the guest speakers for the kickoff. An organization that partnered with the group was called BAPS, and they're an organization that's been around for a while. And when COVID first started, in March of 2020, they got all of their young people together and said, we're going to help anybody who needs help with PPE equipment, food, or any type of toiletry items. And they probably had about, maybe like 400 young people there, little kids to teenagers. And since March of 2020, they have secured over 104 pieces of PPE equipment, and they've handed this out, and that includes masks, gloves, face shields. They provide over 17,000 hot meals, vegetarian meals, and given out over 8,000 bottles of water. And that's just to name a few, but there was so much stuff that they did over that period of time. And it was just really great to be able to address these young people and just to see how dedicated they were to volunteering. And this past Saturday, they decided that they would take on the task of walking over 1 million steps for the Susie B. Corman walk, which was this past Saturday. So I was happy to be able to attend that for their opening ceremonies. Also, I attended the funeral services of one of our residents that we adjourned in memory of in our last meeting, Lewis Fuller, who lived in Gardena for many, many years and passed away at the age of 96. And then briefly, I attended a little bit of the last part of the CERT meeting, the first meeting that the CERT organization had since COVID started. So it was really good to see a lot of people out there at this last meeting here. And then the last thing I'd just like to mention is we've kind of talked about a little bit about where our numbers are as far as COVID and just a little bit about vaccinations and so on. But I really want to encourage people to get out there and get vaccinated. I know we talk about it all the time, but when you hear of different people who are getting sick because and passing away because they haven't been vaccinated, it's something that so easily could have been prevented. And just this past weekend, and in fact, as of this morning, I've heard of 2 people who just refused to get vaccinated, thought it was a whole conspiracy theory, and they passed away from it. And it's just shocked everybody who heard this. And now everybody's trying to hurry up and get vaccinated who are around them. But this is something that's actually saving lives. So I want to encourage everybody, don't wait until it's too late. Go ahead and get vaccinated. It can make a difference of saving your life or one of your family members. So with that, I'm going to end my report. And next up is Councilmember Cascania.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to piggyback what you said, Madam Mayor. As far as the vaccination and people are passing away, well, here is one of our employees' brother, 62 years old, he refused to get vaccinated, and he did pass about 2 weeks ago, and they buried him about a week ago or so. So he's 62 years old and has 2 kids. So it could have been prevented, as you mentioned. Anyway, God, bless their soul, and happened whatever happened. Anyhow, Madam Mayor, since our last meeting, me also attended the the National Night Out. Hats off to Chief Sofel, the staff. It was a great event. I get there a little bit late, but I stayed until the end as well, and talked to a lot of people. It was a top-notch. As Supervisor Holly Mitchell mentioned, you know, he was the biggest in the whole South Bay. And there is one thing caught my eye: the double-decker bus. So that double-decker bus, it was, good bus that we should consider it.
1.5.
Yeah, 1.3. Well, we might have some, Anyway, and I would like to congratulate Coy and Alex for their achievements. And about last Thursday or Friday, I think last Thursday, I met with a company. It's called Good Food. They are down in Pasadena area, and they promised me that they will provide some canned food and foods, perishable, non-perishable foods to our pantry. And I spoke with one of King Market manager, and as well I approached them to help us with some food to our pantry, and as well they promised to give us some hygiene products and some non-perishable foods too. So hopefully next couple of weeks or so, all these things will happen, and we'll get some more food to our pantry. And that's my report, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So with that being said, I believe our city manager has gone over all the announcements. I'm not going to reread over them again. We're going to move on to our remembrances. So tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Mr. Bernard Lax, who was 64 years of age. He was the founder and owner and CEO of Pope Studio in Gardena. He was also a board member of the Gardena Police Foundation. He is survived by his wife, Linda, and son, Taylor. So at this time, we're going to move on to our adjournment. The Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed session of our portion of our City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by a regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, September 14, 2021. So we will not be having a second meeting in August, August 24th, which most people usually expect our second meeting. So we won't be having that this month, and our next meeting will be September 14th, 2021. So at this time, we are adjourned.
Okay, thank you. Good night, all.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Be safe
Good
out
night,
there.
everyone.
Wear your mask.
Good night.
Be careful driving home.
Good night.
Good night.